Good morning, all. Hope you had a good sleep, good yoga session, and also a breakfast. Okay. Until our other friends join, may I request you to occupy the front rows? We shall start the today's first panel. Is it okay? May I request you to come and take the front tables? Okay. So online is ready. The link. There's one speaker joining online today. Yeah. Okay.
Hello. Check.
Good morning. Very good morning to all. Let us start the session now. A very warm welcome to the event and to a rejuvenating environment. This is our second day of knowledge assimilation. It was outstanding to observe the different perspectives of democracy and making a difference at field as CSOs. Present session is on strengthening and deepening democracy. I'm Usha, and I'm part of GRAM. I'm here to introduce the panelists of today's session. So I request the panelists to please come on the dais. Shri Jagadanand sir, Karthik Verma sir, Mr. Amarat Singh, and Ms. Lisa Muravsky will be joining online with us. Shri Jagadanand. Shri Jagadanand leads the Center for Youth and Social Development, an autonomous development organization working with tribal and rural poor in Odisha. He was offered a senior visiting fellowship at Civicus, World Alliance for Citizen Participation, and worked on the issues of legitimacy, transparency, and accountability within civil society at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University, Cambridge. I welcome you, sir, for this session. Mr. Karthik Verma is a core team member and director with the Piramal Foundation. He serves as part of one of the big bets within the foundation, the Piramal School of Leadership, which seeks to build Seva Bhav, leadership and institutional capabilities with state, districts and block officials in areas like education, health, climate and sustainability and justice. I welcome you, sir, for this session. Mr. Amarat Singh is presently serving as the director in CUTS International, a global public policy research and advocacy organization. A master's in social work, Amarat has more than 22 years of experience in development sector. Having worked with the government agencies, corporates and NGOs on various flagship programs and schemes supported by Government of India, bilateral and multilateral agencies, he has provided leadership to diverse field-based projects across thematic areas. A warm welcome to for the session, sir. Ms. Lisa Travella Muravsky is the sports director for the Nandi Foundation, leading the Sports of Life program for nearly 1,80,000 underprivileged girls and 6,500 women across India. She has worked in various fields of sports management, including international federations, grassroots programs, and international education. Working in Canada, Belgium, and India, she has over 25 years of extensive coaching experience in multi-sports and is a lifelong athlete. I welcome you, ma'am, for this session. And for this program, we have Mr. Praveen Kumar from Swami Vivekananda Youth Movement as the moderator. He, being an engineering background, he has created his own easiest way of mathematics and science activities for the children. His expertise is in the field of education. Mr. Praveen, I welcome you as a moderator for this session. Mr. Praveen, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. A couple of days ago, the panel members, we met online just to briefly discuss about the direction of the session that we would be having today. And I felt it's a great privilege to have the gallery when we have 4 different experiences being shared here. So thank you, Basaraj and team, for the opportunity. Just to set the ball rolling, you know, when I was democracy for me, I didn't spend much time thinking about it when you get into the field working. So I was just trying to recollect what it meant, what democracy as a word meant to me when I was a school student. So I was trying to recollect one incident where we had a visitor to our school, and this person asked, we were I think in 9th or 10th standard at that time, and he asked us this question: when do you all become citizens of this country? And someone in our class responded, when we turn 18. And he asked us back, aren't you citizens today? And for us, it only meant, you know, you read in the civics textbook that you can start voting after 18 and only then you become a citizen of the country. That's what it meant. But the sort of paradigm shifted when I joined SVYM, when we went to the fields in the rural and tribal areas, working with schools there, where we do a lot of work with SDMCs, where school development, we encourage parent participation, where we sometimes play a role of a donor, sometimes we play the role of a well-wisher, the role of a mentor, and sometimes when needed also nudge them by using the RTI. So across this entire work that we have done in the education sector, me personally, I felt that we have also been a proponent of democracy in its own subtle ways. So today's panel discussion will give us 4 different perspectives of what it means or what it takes to strengthen democracy, right from being an information commissioner to empowering the communities. We will have 4 experts share their opinions today, and I am looking forward for an engaging Q&A session where we would really want to challenge their opinions as well as get more out of them when they are here. So to start with, I would want to invite Shri Jagdananji. As was mentioned, he comes from the Center for Youth and Social Development. And for a brief period, he was also the Information Commissioner for the state of Orissa. So one disclaimer is we will definitely sort of infringe into the topic of the next panel discussion of engaged citizenry when we talk about democracy here. So over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveen, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, right? I think the corner there, hello, I would like attention of that corner. Right, thank you. My problem is I settle nothing less than 100% attention. 100%, 99 will not do. Thank you. You know, it's a great delight for me to be part of this dialogue on delivering democracy and deepening democracy. You know, this is something very interesting actually. And you know, when I look at Praveen introduced me as the former State Information Commissioner of Odisha, but that's an incidental role I played all throughout my career and life. You know, by the way, CYST completed 41 years of its existence last month. So 45 years of long journey in the sector is not a small time. But during that 5 years, you know, I was looking at various facets of how do we deepen democracy and citizenry. So, and the preamble of the right to information which caught my attention was, it says democracy requires an informed citizenry and transparency of information which are vital to its functioning and to hold governments and their instrumentalities accountable to the governed. That is democracy. That is democracy. You know, we ran a number of RTI clinics before I went into the commission. And in my courtrooms in the commission, I was intrigued. In the first week itself, somebody came and asked an information that is, in his village, there was a little culvert, you know, minor irrigation project, small project, but it never delivered the result of the project. So he wanted to know what is the cost of the project, and he wanted to take a sample of the project to check whether the quality which was which was defined at the time of giving contract was ensured. And finally, that was the first application in our commission asking for a sample of a project. And not many applications really look for samples actually. So we had to really, taking cue from that application, we had to set up a complete, SOP for sample giving by public authorities at various layers of administration in Odisha. And finally, there was a complete, delay. Nobody was interested to give that information, even the tender specification of that project. And finally, when he got the sample, did a test, and the test really opened a new Pandora's box. I could see the smile in the face of this citizen. You know, he was an ordinary assetless citizen. He was a MG, NRJ job card holder. And the smile which was beaming in his face was speaking how great this instrument was to hold the institutions of governance and the instrumentalities of governance accountable to the governed. You know, that is something which was a very rare. I think democracy is all that when an assetless person is able to question the system, is able to question the system, is able to seek accountability from the system, and that is the test of democracy, and I am so happy that, that was happened. The second point I wanted to share is, when we had the 73rd, 74th constitutional amendment in the parliament for giving power to the local governments, panchayats and nagarpalikas, and then later when the Panchayat Extension in Scheduled Areas Act came up in this country, right, which giving special power to the Gram Sabhas in the scheduled areas where our tribal brothers and sisters live. I think that was a great victory for many of us, because it is the same constitution which gives power to the parliament, to this legislative assembly and to the panchayats. No one is superior, no one is inferior. And I can tell it in the presence of, one of our great parliamentarian, Sri Sujit, who is here, a member of the parliament, right? So no one is superior. Parliament is neither superior nor panchayat is inferior. So these are the various tiers. When the whole thing came up, the first job in which CYST and many civil society organizations did was how do you really ensure that people know about this devolution of power? How do you really get women, girls, our sisters to come and participate in the election process? By the way, like Karnataka, Odisha also has 50% seats reserved for women. And today, there are more than 60% elected panchayat leaders in Odisha, actually, which is a great news. But at the same time, there has to be a very big, what you call, rollout plan by civil society about training people, about ensuring that the first Gram Sabhas are done properly so that participation becomes a reality. People in the tribal areas know about what is panchayat extension in scheduled areas, the various provisions. And first time, also, we ran a campaign called pre-election voter education awareness, so that people whose names do not appear, they also become voters and also exercise their franchise. Friends, let me tell you, this facilitating a good Gram Sabha meeting, facilitating a good Palli Sabha meeting, facilitating a good public consultation, facilitating a good panchayat level planning, which we call now Gram Panchayat Development Plan, and which is supposed to be a bottom-up plan, right? This itself doesn't happen on its own. It has to be orchestrated. It's a great social mobilization. And I must compliment civil society organizations who are present here for orchestrating this social mobilization in the rural areas, in the tribal areas, and taking that so passionately. Today, if we see an iota of good participation, serious facilitation, that is because of the contributions of civil society in those remote areas. The second one is the citizen-led monitoring, actually. Public Affairs Center is located in Bengaluru. They gave a lot of tools, actually, whether it is citizen report cards, community score cards, the whole social audit mechanism. They are not small tools. They are very powerful tools in the, in deepening democracy, actually. And they are the tools in which, in a very non-threatening way, you are raising very powerful questions about governance, about the system of development. So therefore, and now the Ministry of Panchayat Raj's localization of SDG plans, if that has to be a reality actually, then a lot of effort has to be put in by civil society organizations, which they have been putting over last several decades now, in really activating the local governments actually. Activating local government doesn't mean just power to the elected body, representatives. Activating local bodies deserve, how do you really empower the people who are part of that local body, so that they are able to raise questions, they are able to participate in decision making, they are able to participate in their planning, they are able to participate in their monitoring of the plan which they have prepared. Now, if this is I also remember we did a very interesting piece of work which we call Social Watch. In the Social Watch, which was a citizenry watch process of monitoring the institutions of governance, 10 years we were bringing out this report, Social Watch report from civil society, which is called Citizens Report on Governance and Development. This is a very powerful tool actually, in which the performance of the parliament, performance of the judiciary, performance of the local government, performance of the executives who translate the policies of the parliament into action, policies of the legislators into action, they all get reported actually. And when we got out the first report, Justice Verma and Justice Bhagavati, they were there, both Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. They said, Mr. Jagdanand, you may like to face a contempt actually, because judiciary is not going to take very kindly your report. And it's a good performance report. We have looked at the report. There is nothing wrong, but it's very difficult. And same thing also we faced when at the first report itself, the Speaker of Lok Sabha, he called me. He said, are you sure that the report's data is correct? because you are talking about the performance of the parliament. And I said, Speaker sir, we have only used the parliamentary data. We have not cooked a single data actually. The analysis is based on that. But Justice Burma, Justice Bhagavati, and then Speaker of Lok Sabha, all three of them, my first response was, sir, these are all great institutions which are created by, with the people, the citizens of this country. So citizens have a right to also see how these institutions are functioning. They were great reports, and after that, the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, he became a great votary of Social Watch. Every time there will be a centerpiece article by any newspaper, the report will be quoted actually. Justice Burma, Justice Bhagavati, they became a votary of Social Watch actually. That is the power of civil society watch, civil society monitoring. So, let me tell that today, if deepening democracy has to happen in a big way, and civil society, which has been playing that role to a great extent, has to deepen its own role, its own effectiveness, its own responsibilities, I think we have to work at three levels. We have to work at the participation level, so ordinary people are able to participate in the process of governance actually. Ordinary people, participation. So, I don't know how many of you have ever participated in a Gram Sabha or a Ward Sabha in a local government. Just a test check. Okay, 40% of you have participated. Please, let me compliment these 40%, whom I call their active citizens. They are active citizens. It's not just talking, it's also walking the talk. So, participating in Gram Sabha, participating in Ward Sabha is not a small thing. It has to happen in a big way, and Bengaluru has shown a lot of positive, cases around that actually. The second part is transparency. Transparency in the operations, transparency in the processes, transparencies of transaction with the, institutions, transparency in information. And then the third one is the accountability. On accountability and on participation, if citizens don't participate, and if, as civil society, we are not able to mobilize that kind of citizenry to play that active role, I think we will miss the boat. We will miss the great opportunity. In India, we have done that very successfully. So therefore, today is a day at this international event to celebrate the success of civil society, I should say, right? We sometimes feel shy that we are doing something very small. You are doing great work, actually. So we have to all pat at our back. So my request would be, raise your right hand, please. Please raise your right hand. Give a big pat, right? It's celebrating civil society's success in deepening democracy, bringing the transparency law, bringing many accountability tools, ensuring participation. They are not small pieces, actually. So need of the hour is, how do we deepen our work to create a critical mass of active citizens who are able to take this forward, actually. Today, fortunately or unfortunately, passivity is growing, actually. So therefore, constitutional values, constitutional obligations, constitutional rights, constitutional responsibilities have to be passed on to the young generation, so that they are able to play the role of active citizens. And active citizenship is nothing but asking the right question at the right time in the right way, actually. And finally, there is a big change which is taking place now in the country and globally also. From silence, citizens are raising voices now, which is a good sign. From just shouting, there is a change which is happening to counting, actually. We are counting, we are able to say this is precisely not happening, right? Because the voice is now quantified. The feedback system is also recorded. From reaction to informed action, so that there is an informed choice. And from sporadic responses to organized action. So with these words, let me, congratulate all of you who have come from different parts of the country to really celebrate the deepening democracy work of civil society and the various tools which we bring so that other sectors, media, academia, others who have not played that kind of active role are able to play that role effectively, efficiently, to our liking. Thank you so much.
Taking cue from Sir's sharings, an engaged citizenry or an empowered citizenry is the first step for strengthening or deepening democracy. So we have two panelists with us who work with specific communities. So first I would invite Amrit Singh ji to share about his work in Cuts International.
Good morning all, and thank you to the organizers for providing me this opportunity to present before this august gathering. I will talk on this theme of panel discussion, which is strengthening and deepening democracy, and I will also speak on how our work in Cuts International relates to this theme. So, first of all, let me talk about why it is crucial to strengthen and deepen democracy. It is because it brings the protection of basic human rights, it brings the social accountability, it brings the inclusiveness, and it also brings the stability which is very essential to run a country like ours. If we talk of the Indian context, as we know all, there are many marginalized groups in our society, be it Dalits, Adivasis, religious or caste minorities, or the people suffering from various other disability or under inclusiveness. So this becomes crucial to strengthen and deepen democracy in this context. Now, if we talk about G20, as we all know, G20 has supported many efforts in many countries and also supported civil society organizations in promoting democratic institutions, their functionality, how to bring social accountability in their functioning, and how it can promote the democratic institutions and neutrality of media, etc. So G20 has played a vital role in this regard, and as a stakeholder in the G20 summit this year, we need to basically build the capacity of all stakeholders in this effort. In this, all civil society has played a major role by bringing about various concepts related to social accountability, bringing the citizens on basically promoting civic engagement and providing forums to public debate, public discourses, organizing various events, and promoting good governance in the government functioning. Civil society has also played a vital role in facilitating alternative sources of information and countering misinformation and disinformation. So the overall, we can say that civil society has played a crucial role in strengthening and deepening democracy by promoting and providing a space for citizens to engage with other stakeholders and government. If I talk about the empowered engagement of community, which is a sub-theme of this panel discussion, let me say that as we all know, government has taken many efforts in this regard. We all have talked about Panchayati Raj system. We have talked about right to information. We also know that government has introduced many other systems of social accountability and this community-based monitoring and planning. in various programs and flagship schemes like this NREGA. We can also cite examples from NRHM, National Rural Livelihood Mission, and many other such schemes. I have worked with NRLM, and I can safely say that it promotes, the government promotes the engagement of grassroots functionaries and community members in every decision making. SHG members are deciding on their own how to function at the grassroots. Their federations, village level organizations are basically providing the feedback to the government and other stakeholders on how they can be, decisions can be made in convergence with them, with the decisions which are affecting their lives. So the government has tried to inculcate many such practices and many such interventions. So other than that, we can also say that civil society and government has also brought many other interventions and social accountability mechanisms such as citizen report card, public service index, social audits, public hearings. We can also cite examples from government functioning like government has introduced Ratri Chaupals, Prashasan Gaon Ki Sang, Prashasan Shehron Ki Sang. So these kind of programs are basically to promote partnership of the community and other stakeholders. Although we can say that the role of civil society needs to be promoted more in such interventions. So, now, if I say that empowering community engagement in governance is essential for development so that the local problems can be provided local solutions, it is very important. And I can cite few examples from our work in CUTS International. We have worked on the grassroots. We are working with the communities to promote the democratic values. We implemented one such program with the support of Site Savers, which was social inclusion program for the disabled people. And as a part of this program, we also promoted one campaign which was basically aimed at enhancing the voter education and awareness and this promoting the electoral participation of especially disabled people. So we ran this program, although this program is mainly run by the Election Commission of India with the name of SWEEP, Systematic Voter Education and Electoral Participation Campaign. We conducted this program with the support of Site Savers in Rajasthan. And as a result of this program, the voter turnout and voter registration increased tremendously. And it also promoted inclusiveness as this program was mainly for the disabled people. We also organized various meetings, seminars, quiz competitions, and also ran a sub-campaign as a part of this program, which was Matdan Ki Baat Divyangon Ke Saath. So as a consequence of this program, we achieved a lot of good results, and two of our persons with disability were also designated as the brand ambassadors under this program. And now coming to the role of engaged citizens, we can say that engaged citizens can play a critical role in strengthening and deepening democracy. My previous speaker, Sri Jagdanand ji, told about these constitutional amendments. We talk a lot about 73rd constitutional amendment, but we talk less about this 74th amendment. There are many provisions in that amendment. It was basically to delegate the powers to the urban local bodies, and there were many provisions to promote democracy in those institutions. And there was a provision of to form ward committees also in urban local bodies. But till date, in most of the states, I can say that these committees are still not formed. We at KURS made several efforts in this regard, and we provided forum to the stakeholders to come on a single platform and interact with each other, the service providers, that is government officials, the elected representatives, and the community members, with the citizens of urban space. So sometimes what we feel as a citizen is that elected representatives are not doing their work, the service providers are not doing their work, but it is only partly true. When we interact with them closely, then we can say that it came out that they also have certain limitations. And also, as a citizen, we have certain tasks which should be performed by us as an active citizen. So this came out during our meetings. We provided consolidated feedback based on citizen report cards. Although the service providers and elected representatives get the feedback individually, but hardly there is an exercise to provide consolidated feedback. So this collective feedback was gathered through the citizen report card, and it was basically verified by us also on ground, and then public service index was made, and it was shared with the media, and the programs were organized where all these stakeholders were came together to discuss all this, and the service providers also accepted that there are certain shortcomings on their part, and they tried to improve all this. And the citizens also tried to do the duties which they can. So it was a basically mutual cooperation, and which resulted in improved functioning of these urban local bodies. So I won't go into much detail, but I can say that this civic engagement basically delivered very good results, and in urban areas it improved a lot of the service delivery mechanism. We at KURS also engaged the community action groups in this intervention. So we engaged some local civil society organizations functioning on the grassroots at ward level or city level, and they represented the citizens, and they mobilized the citizens, and they interacted with service providers, and the efforts such as a display of the contact numbers of service providers helped them a lot. So apart from that, I would also like here to use this platform on a very pertinent issue, which is of climate change. As we know, this is one of the most grave and existential threat to our mankind in the present time and the times to come. So if we talk in this regard, we can refer to the one report of the United Nations Environment Program, which came out in November 2022. And the report says that for tackling this menace, we need to triple the funding for addressing climate change issues by 2030, and by double by 2025. So, and in the last COP27 summit, which was held in Sharm el-Sheikh, it was decided that a fund in the form of loss and damage fund will be created at that level. And it will be used to mitigate the threat of climate change. But as of now, there is not much clarity on how this fund will be collected. In this context, we at Cuts International has proposed to introduce one universal financial transaction tax, that is FTT, which is a small levy on the financial transactions of various kinds. So if this kind of levy is introduced, then we can get a substantial amount of funds to this loss and damage fund, which can ultimately be used to tackle this problem. And why I'm saying this is that the issues such as climate change are also affect the most vulnerable people in the society. Basically, they are disproportionately affected by such issues. So, if we pitch for such measures, then we can also have the community participation and engagement in the dialogues related to climate change, and we can also promote the civic engagement through the projects such as this adaptation interventions which are being run by the United Nations Environmental Program and other UN agencies. And we all know that UNEP has already engaged with certain civil society organizations in many countries with the community participation. So we have pitched for this, and I'm happy to share that many civil society organizations in G20 countries have already supported and endorsed this intervention. And I have also distributed one small brochure on this universal financial transaction tax in this conference. So these are some of the thoughts from me, and I won't take much time, but I will just thank all the organizers and all of you for listening carefully, and thank you to you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Lisa Murawski to share her experience of working in Nandi Foundation, where they work with the underprivileged, basically the girl child from the underprivileged communities, using sports as a vehicle to empower them.
Hello, Praveen. Thank you for the introduction. Can everybody hear okay?
Yes, you are audible. Please go.
Thank you. So thank you for welcoming me to this panel. I am calling in from Brussels, Belgium, so it's quite an early morning over here, but very, very happy to have this opportunity to share the story of what we're doing at the Nandi Foundation. So perhaps I can start by sharing my screen. I have some slides that I would like to show. Is that, okay, I can see. Okay, so I would like to speak today about our Sports for Life program at the Nandi Foundation, where we are focused on grassroots sports excellence for women and girls. Just to give some background, some information about the Nandi Foundation. So we were founded in 1998. It's based in Hyderabad, India. And there are different portfolios that we work in. So one of them is working with farmers, so small holding farmers, where we support over 300,000 farmers throughout the country. And the second portfolio is supporting youth in India. So it's basically bridging bridging the gap between when youth are graduating from basic schooling and then trying to help them, skilling them to help put them in a job or to help with job placement. So that's another big focus at the Nandi Foundation. And then the third is working with the girl child in education. So that's really the area that I'm involved in and that I will speak to you about today. But I thought that this quote that I wanted to share, I thought was really apropos to the theme of this panel today. And this is something that we really believe in strongly in Nandi Foundation throughout all of the work that we do. And really that's the importance of listening to our community and making them equal partners in solving the problems. This is really a key to how we work at Nandi Foundation. So if I can speak a bit about our Sports for Life program. So it comes again under our Girl Education program, which started in 1998. And this is an after-school tuition program for 180,000 girls throughout the country. So back in '98 and for the last 2 decades, they've been focusing on helping girls graduate, underprivileged girls throughout the country, helping them graduate from their basic schooling. So back in 2019, we added our sports component to this education program. So am I still audible? I can see the screen is...
Yes, you're audible. We can see your screen
great.
as well.
Thank you. So we've added the sports component to our education program. And girls, their age is 6 through 15. So just to get quickly, I won't go into details, but what our sports program includes. So we do a multi-sport curriculum with our girls. So this is a weekly sports class where we really focus on the fundamentals of sports movement. So that's one part of our program. We also do athletics for our girls. We have a series of events starting from a village level to then we go on to a state level, and then we have a national level athletics event, and then finally we also have football. So we have a football program where we have weekly practices, we have games on the weekend, and we also culminate with a big football tournament at the end of our season. So that's just to give you a glimpse of what we're doing in our Sports for Life program. So this is really what I would like to focus on for the rest of my presentation. And this is about the 6,500 women sports allies that really drive our Grassroots program. So these are women who come from the same villages as the girls in our program. So they have always been in charge for their after-school tuition, helping them through their education. And now, you know, since 2019, they have been the real drivers of our Sports for Life program. So what we talk about a lot when we're explaining our sports program at Nandi Foundation is a sports model, a different sports model that we're using. So often when you think of sports and how sports grow is you have, you know, some sports professionals, specialists who drive the program, who go into communities and try and build up teams and try and build up a program. So, but one of the key aspects of sports and of good sports is really understanding your athletes, understanding the girls or the boys that you're coaching, that you're teaching. This is a real key to sports, and sometimes I think it's undervalued in the world of sports. So we are making that a priority of our NANDI sports program. The idea that understanding, our girls, understanding the communities that they come from, understanding, their families, understanding, what their daily life is like. We made that a priority in our sports program. Let's start with that. Let's focus on that. And the best people to really understand the daily lives of our girls are the women that come from the same villages as our girls come from. So that's where we started. We said, let's work with these 6,500 women and let's build our sports program through them. And I want to give an example, a story that I would like to share that really, explains, our model. I remember back in 2019, I was on the field for the first time with NANDI Foundation. We were going to do our first athletics event. We were really, we didn't know what we were getting into, but we said, let's try it. Let's go to the field and let's try this event. So we're organizing everything, and we're running some athletics, and girls are doing their sprints and their jumps, etc. And I really felt, so I come from a sports background, I really felt that there would be two real parts to my job. One of them was to introduce, the important elements of sports to our community, to help them understand, how to train, how to warm up, how to cool down, the technical aspects of sports. I thought this was going to be, part of my job. And I thought the other part of my job was going to be really helping our community to understand the importance of sports to girls. I thought that part of my job would be to really explain that sports is so much more than kicking a ball on the field. That girls can learn so much about life, and they have so many benefits that they can gain, playing sports. And I'm on the field here, and I have these women, our sports allies, coming up to me and saying to me, this is so great that we're starting this sports program. It's so wonderful for the girls because it gives them confidence. It helps them with their self-esteem. It allows them to be strong and tough on a field where, in their daily lives, that's not always, so acceptable. And so they were telling me, they were educating me on the benefits of sports. And this was a real, aha moment for me, coming into this program was, these women get it. They already know. They're almost saying to me, like, where have you been? Like, we've been waiting for this for a long time, and now we have this opportunity, and we understand sports and the importance of girls. So this for me was a really aha moment in my work, and it really set the stage to how we were going to develop our sports program. So here we have what we call our women's sports allies. They are incredibly motivated. Whenever we have people who are involved in our sports program and who get to meet these sports allies, they are really amazed at how motivated these women are. And they're growing in self-confidence. It's amazing, even in a 3-day event, if we do different camps, sports camps. And the first day, everything is very new to our sports allies when we're explaining football or we're explaining a different activity. By day 3, their confidence is incredible. Once they have the opportunity to learn, they just go with it. They're already leading the girls on the field on the 3rd day. They have an incredible desire to learn. This is something that it's hard to feed. I feel like I'm chasing them now. They're chasing me. I'm trying to add more and more because they're the ones that are really asking for more sports, more training. And finally, an eagerness to share. This is something I would like to go into more detail with in a moment. So something that have really grown through this motivation, this eagerness to learn from our women in our villages is this coach, what we call our Coach Creator Program. They are asking for more, so we want to listen to them. If they want to do more sports, they want to learn, we want to help them with that. So we've developed a Coach Creator Program. And our dream, our goal is to have one woman coach in all of the 6,000 villages that we work in. So we have others, other national and international organizations who are, on this journey with us, who are supporting this Coach Creator Program. We're in partnership with the All Indian Football Federation for our football program. We're part of the UN Football for Goals program, and then a peacemaker program, international peacemaker program as well. So it's very motivating for us to have also these other organizations who believe in what we're doing, who also want to give these women's sports allies more opportunity. So I spoke about kind of the eagerness to share, and I know in this panel we're talking, one of the themes is social media, and how social media can be a platform for people's voice. So if we truly believe at Nandi Foundation that these sports allies are the key, and they are the ones who are driving our program, we need to hear their voice more. Okay, so this is one of our focuses. We developed what we call sports app, Sports Star, and it's where I'd like to say Google Classroom meets WhatsApp. So many learning systems, management systems take more of a top-down approach where, we would put a sports class on, we would tell them, exactly what to do in their sports class, and then, an application, this mobile application would send it out, and that's what most learning systems do. But again, if we want to hear the voices of these women on the ground, as they are the drivers of our grassroots program, we also want to give them an opportunity to share what's going on in the field. So this is where they post videos, they post comments, they post photos, and this is all 6,500 women who are users of this application. So it's an opportunity not only for us to see what's happening on the field, but it's like organically grows our sports program. When our women in the village see other videos of women across the country doing the same type of sports with their girls, being very creative in understanding how to deliver the program in their small classroom or small field area, what equipment, they're very creative at what equipment they can use, for them to share that is incredibly important for our program. So these women are seeing women like them, doing the sports and being successful in it. So this was kind of one of the big focus on this Sports Star app, is also giving these women a voice. So I want to thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share our story, our Sports for Life story at Nandi Foundation.
Thank you, Lisa. So we have now seen three very diverse experiences being shared, working with three different sets of communities and three different approaches as well, right from RTI clinics to sports as a vehicle to strengthen or empower communities. So I request Karthik to talk about how he thinks this should be taken forward, the role of civil society organizations.
Thank you, Praveen. So I will get to the dais later. So we are in the Art of Living campus. I think it's useful to do a very quick check on how we are doing in the room, what are we feeling. So मैं ऑडियंस से पूछना चाहूँगा, क्विक चेक, व्हाट इज योर टॉप इमोशन इन वन वर्ड? योर टॉप इमोशन इन वन वर्ड? यस सर. Optimistic, thank you. A few other voices, top emotion? Haji? Happy, thank you. Inspired, beautiful, thank you. Sorry? Enriching, thank you, thank you. And a couple more voices? Haji? Addicted, thank you. Great yaar Praveen, so मेरा काम हो गया यार, मतलब I don't need to do much. We're good. Thank you. So I was, let me just go to the dais. Give me a second. Yeah, so thank you everybody. So, my name is Karthik. I live in Bangalore, though I work in different parts of the country. I have the privilege of traveling to every part of the country. I might mix my sort of conversation with you today with a bit of Hindi. I'm sorry for that, for those who don't understand the language, but it is sort of, you know, second nature to me. So when Basavaraju asked me to talk about this topic, to be honest, you know, I didn't sleep for 3 days. I've not slept very well, because I was thinking, you know, ye kya matlab hai? What does it mean to say strengthen and deepen democracy? And what does it mean for my twin girls who are today 10 years old and who by the time India is a 100-year-old republic, right? 24 years from now, my girls will be 34 years old. So I kept thinking about what does it mean? What do I want them to experience? What kind of country do I want them to grow up in? And I'm sure all of us have been asking this question. All of us are parents, particularly parents of young children, older children. We've all been asking us these questions कि हमें कौन सा देश चाहिए और कैसा देश चाहिए? So then, somewhere in the last 2 days, what I remembered was one person who's a district hospital manager in a district called Sitamarhi in Bihar. District hospital manager हैं Vijay Kumar Jha, Dr. Vijay Kumar Jha, and he's the Sitamarhi district hospital manager. And when I met him for the first time a few months back, he had spent 3 months in that district. He had just come. And in 3 months, he moved Sitamarhi hospital from the bottom of the pile in Bihar to the top of the pile. 3 months. Bottom performing district hospital to the top best performing district hospital in the country, in Bihar. And I asked him, ये कैसे किया आपने? Like, how do you do this? So he told me about everything that he does, and then he told me one thing. He said, my only job is to listen. My only job is to listen. I listen to community, I listen to my team, I listen to the constituency, I listen to the patients, I listen to the ASHA worker, I listen to the ANM. This is all I do, day in, day out, 24/7. मेरा एक ही काम है. I listen. तो then मैंने पूछा कि this is exhausting. थक नहीं जाते? How do you find the energy to listen? Why do you listen? And he said, क्योंकि मेरा purpose clear है. I am here for सेवा. मेरा एक ही purpose है. I am here to serve the community. That is the kind of world that I want my daughters to grow into. In the last 50 years, 70 years of our democratic experiment, civil society organizations have written our piece of history into India's development journey. We have contributed our page. आप सोच लीजिए, डॉक्टर रानी एंड अबे बांग jinka kaam shuru hua, and then today is the Asha Worker program, right? What Pratham did and eventually became FLN, Nipun Bharat, what Asar did, it became something, right? It became Parak, NAS. You think about what Digantar did, Rohit Dhankar did, and that eventually became the national curriculum framework. There's so many examples, and these examples are being written even today. Humne Jagadanand ji ka baat suna, right? And there have been 4 phases in this journey, right? The first journey was where we solved for small scale and we piloted. The second phase was where we built coalition. The third phase was when we started advocating policy. And today we are in the 4th phase. And for the next 25 years, 30 years, we are going to be working, partnering closely with the government to build leadership, public systems leadership and public institutions that deliver the idea of democracy. So what does it mean when we say that democracy will be delivered? For me, what I've experienced with the Vijay Jhas of the world, and every one of us has these stories in our lives, it comes down to one single idea that I want to leave behind with all of you. Seva Bhav in public systems leadership in our lives is the only way for us to strengthen and deepen democracy. It is there in every Indian. This is second nature to us. Seva Bhav is what we learn at the feet of our parents, at the feet of our grandmothers when we are children. Seva Bhav is why everybody is in this room today. And Seva Bhav is available in every public systems leader and every public institution. I think the challenge before our generation and the ask from our generation of people who want to serve this country is, what does it mean? What does Seva Bhav mean for me? और मेरे अंदर क्या सेवा भाव है और मैं उसको कैसे जागरूक करूंगा? What am I here for? And how can I be of service to that public systems official, to that public institution, to that last mile Asha Didi, who has that Seva Bhav in her, who wants to serve the community and can be empowered, can be capacitated to do what is her purpose, to achieve her purpose. If I can help somebody else achieve their purpose, if I can help somebody else achieve their dream, if I can be of service to another human being in the smallest possible way for them to unlock their purpose, then I think I've lived a good life. I think I have tried my best as a father and as a citizen. So what does it mean for me to unlock my own Seva Bhav? And how do we build the innate Seva Bhav? How do we catalyze the innate Seva Bhav of public systems leaders everywhere in the country? आप पंचायत के साथ काम करो, ब्लॉक के साथ काम करो, स्टेट के साथ काम करो, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एजुकेशन ऑफिसर के साथ काम करो, हॉस्पिटल मैनेजर के साथ काम करो, जिसके साथ भी काम करो. हर इंसान में सेवा भाव है, इस देश की मिट्टी में है, वहीं से निकल के आता है. Our work is to figure out how will we catalyze it. And that is, I think, the inspiration for the next 25, 30, 40 years in the history of this country. I am personally very inspired when I stand here. It's very humbling to stand here because two things. One is, when hearing people like this, right, just listening is very humbling. When I look at the range of age in this room, Praveen, it's amazing. I mean, we've got young people, we've got old people, and I'm sort of a middle-aged person somewhere in the middle, right? And it's amazing. This range of age in this room, Basavaraju, I think this is beautiful what you have managed to create. Thank you so much, right? And I think it is, when I was the age of some of these people sitting there, I can see some of the younger people. I mean, the fact that you're sitting here, I was nowhere as enlightened as you are at your age, I really bow down to you and salute the young people in this room who have gone upon the path of nation building, right? I cannot think of a finer example, right? जगदानंद जी का सुन के लगा कि यार ये तो 18 साल के जवान हैं, है ना? तो the energy is infectious, right? So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank every one of you who works with that wider set of public servants who demonstrate the Seva Bhav every day, despite everything, right? Every politician, every administrator I've met has this consistent thing. They want to serve the community. Seva Bhav hai sabke andar. And that, I think, is what we have to build. That is the kind of country that I would like to dream of. And I hope that you will join me in that dream. I hope that dream is worth achieving as a country. A country where we can all be of service to each other. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we now open the panel for questions from the audience. We have about 10 minutes time for that. We can, yeah. Can you come forward and raise and ask questions?
Thank you. Sujata here. My question is, all of you can answer this if, as and how you see it fit, you'd like to value add. When people are inspired, when people are motivated, when people come on their own for such a kind of an event, it's really energizing. All right, it's really very motivating. My question is this, that what can CSOs do to facilitate or encourage or even, to involve those kind of public who are not interested, who are disinterested, disengaged, but they play a major part of the population also. So ways that we can go about it, how we can engage in whatever ways we are over there. Your experience, your rich experience and your inputs, case studies can be very supportive. Thank you. Looking forward for the answer.
Very good question. I have seen in the West, development education is part of a societal drama actually. Development education is a very structured program in which this is done, in which the strength of the society, the hindsight of the society, active citizenship, passive citizenship, what does it mean from a passive citizen to become an active citizen is part of the development education. Today we don't have a structured development education program. I can see that. But at the same time, constitution education, civic education, and then development education, if they can be all put into a triangle, that is a wonderful menu for a futuristic civil society work in this country. I can see that very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayanand. Sujata, right? Yeah, Sujata, thank you. I think you're the one who said you're feeling inspired. I think your energy is infectious. Thank you. I have one word to your question. Youth energy. 2 words. Trust the youth. That's it. I think trust the youth. We grew up in a very different, I'm 46, right? We grew up in a very different India. The level of awareness, the level of passion, just the resourcefulness that I see in the average 18, 21, 24-year-old person is, I think, the key to your question. So I think the level of engagement in civic action is going to change dramatically in the next 25 years as this 200, 300 million young people become the future citizens by the time they come to your and my age. And so the question is, how do we engage these young people, right? We need one mad person in every village to change the village. That's it we need. We just need one mad, crazy person. And I think we have got enough in this country. Right. Trust the youth will make it happen. Start a fellowship. I think that's what we've learned from the Gandhi Fellowship. The moment you start a fellowship, we started with, inspired by, Swami Vivekananda's statement, right? Saying that give me 1,000 young people, 10,000 young people, I can change the country, right? If there's one person I'm biased for is Swami Vivekananda, right? So I'd just say go with the youth, and 25 years from now, I think this country is going to be looking very different. Citizen engagement is going to be very different. Education of these young people, the paths they're choosing, the careers they have, options before them are looking very different today.
Hi.
For me, that's the magic bullet.
Thank you. I'm Kushal. My question to you is to Jagadananda sir. In RTI process, there is some information which is not shared with everyone. A citizen who is interested in taking the information has to apply it, and a particular body need to provide the information. So we consider this as a very democratic and any citizen can apply. But if our intention is to create transparency, can we create a system where RTI is not at all required and every information is openly shared in the respective websites? And the thing is that to apply RTI also some amount of, you need to write it and then send it application. If the information is transparent, what's the point of applying RTI itself? Can we remove the RTI process and then create a transparent information system where people need not question itself. People already have the answers. Why we created a system where somebody need to ask a question and then we provide the answer? That will take a lot of time. So if I go to the website and then ask for all the tenders and informations, I can see where the information budget has gone and everything. Just a thought, sir.
Thank you. I think if you look at the right to information framework, Section 4 and Section 6. Section 4 is the suo motu disclosure. And so in suo motu disclosure, every public authority in this country, they're supposed to at least disclose their functioning, the themes around which they are functioning, the resources they are spending, the process, existing process, and the public consultation mechanism which is available in that public authority. This is in theory, right? Section 4. Section 4 is the heart and soul of right to information. But unfortunately, this is the section which is a suo motu section, which is not being done as appropriately as one would like it to be done, and the way you would like to see the disclosure, and the way I would like to see the disclosure, it's not happening. I think Section 6 is when you are seeking information. If Section 4 is the heart and soul of RTI, I would like people in this hall, beyond this hall, wider civil society, to activate this Section 4 actually. Activating this Section 4 is as critical as seeking information under Section 6 actually. So once we start demanding, and let me give you a small example and I close, right? I remember there was somebody who said, I would like to know when was the Section 4.1 disclosure done in this public authority, the exact date, the full Section 4 disclosure, and then when was it updated, because Section 4 also demands that it has to be periodically updated. So when was it updated? There was big blank answer because they had never uploaded their basic information. They never updated everything. So in that particular case, what I did, the public information officer and the head of the public authority, right? We gave a direction to release the information, to upload their information, but at the same time, we also directed the state to immediately create a very interactive portal to upload all informations of various public authorities. Within, I think if I remember, we had given them about 90 days to do that, despite the fact that when RTI law came, 120 days were given actually to the public authorities, but it was not done. So we gave 90 days. I think that particular piece of RTI application activated the whole section 4 show moto disclosure actually. We want more such applications to come.
Actually, now only I got to know section 4 is there and suo moto process is there. So can you provide any direction so that a common people like us can how to activate in what action can we do so that section 4 can be
activated?
Activated, yeah.
Okay. We'll talk during the tea break.
Sure, sure.
And those of you who are interested in this conversation, most welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Namaste. I'm here. So, a quick couple of questions. Question number one is, as you said, sir, the mad people and a lot of people who are having Seva Manobhav. How are those people who have the Seva Manobhav keep youngsters across the state, across the city, their own colleagues or their own friends engaged in this particular engagement, civic engagement? And the second question is the need of sectorial experts in policy making. If one is policy making, one is in finance, one is in technology, the need of sectorial experts in policy making, probably full-time post their expertise. So these were my two questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. What's your name again?
Satvik, sir. I'm from Young India Foundation.
Satvik?
Okay. Yes, Satvik.
Great. Thank you, Satvik. So I'm going to answer the second question first, Satvik, because that's closer to my heart. This is something that doesn't make us very popular. I will trust a young person with energy and vision on any given day if I were forced to make a choice compared to an older expert. On any given day, I will over-index on young energy simply because I think there was a time in this country where expertise of the kind that you're discussing matters. And incidentally, Satvik, I spent most of my life in that space, right? My ego was serviced by the fact that I was considered an expert, okay? But what I've learned, the humbling process that this country and its citizens teach you is that it is not about niti. It is about niyat. People will look at your niyat before they trust your niti. People look at compassion before they trust their expertise. If you are able to show energy, compassion, if you're able to listen to the community, Satvik, you will succeed in swinging the community more than any other expert. And please take my word for it. I've done it in large systems. I've seen the power of youth in large systemic reform. And of course, you need the best of, you need the domain expertise, and all that will come, right? Finance, technology, whatever you want to call it, all that is useful. But nothing replaces Jazba. Nothing replaces the need of the young person to change the country. Now, so that's my simple answer, and I say this to, be it a principal secretary, be it chief secretaries, it's consistent, my message, right? My second point to your first question, I think you've got to try experiments in life. I think any answer that I give you is irrelevant because it is coming from a 46-year-old male who doesn't understand the country as much as you do in your community. So you have to find a way to experiment, you have to find a way to fail. And there are ways of organizing communities that, you have to learn from each other, right? But if there is one trick, it's to listen actively. Active listening and non-violent communication might be the two skills and processes in your life that you might want to use in order to build a community of peers who want to change your community or district or block or nation. So I think who you are as a leader matters more than process. Your compassion matters more than technical expertise. Those are my two things for you. I hope it makes sense.
Hello, sir. My question is Mr. Jagananand. Hello, my name is Mr. Sharanappa from Sadhana, Raichur, Karnataka. I have more knowledge, I need the more information about how to use social media to raise the democratic rights to voiceless peoples like transgenders and disabled community. So I question to Jaganananda ji.
Social media. Thank you. But let me tell you, I'm very poor in social media myself, right? But at the same time, the power of social media is already known. And we have excellent resources in this group who can really tell us what are the various manners and ways in which social media can be used in reaching those whom you say are unreached communities, unreached groups, unreached people actually. Let me also tell you, at this point of time, there is a big explosion which is taking place in social media. And this morning, I was getting into a conversation with Gramya, right, which is making interactive communication at panchayat level possible, micro panchayat in 10,000 panchayats across the country. That is their dream actually. So there are very powerful pilots, powerful initiatives which are now happening in the civil society. We need to stay engaged and stay, to be part of those initiatives. That's all I can tell you.
Can I just sound, sorry, sir, what is your name? Sharnappa. Namaskaru. Sharnappa, I think you should talk to Satvik. Okay. My point is, you don't need to solve this problem, right? Get a young person who actually knows how to solve this problem. I think one of the key things that we will have to learn as civil society organizations and leaders is how do we build a dream team that will go beyond our lifetime. And one of the most difficult problems in civil society organizations is the ability to build a second line of leadership where you can say that I don't know, I have somebody who's better at this than me. And that is one of the most difficult things to do, building your team that is better than you. So if you do that, I think you're going to be far more successful and scalable.
Thank you. We'll take one last question, and I'll forego my time for that question. Bharat has a question.
Yeah. So, regarding the strengthening and the deepening democracy, Article 74, it has been amended, wherein the local self-governance and then the ward committees are formed. So, with respect to the urban municipal corporation, we have the ward committees, but it's not fully operational. In such a way that, right, even the government at the state level, they are also unwilling to share their powers with the local self-governance, ward committees. So from the civil society and from citizens, right, how do we push that local self-governance is enabled across each of the wards?
Yeah, I think here comes the role of civil society. As we can facilitate we can create the platforms where all these service providers, representatives and community can come together and they can discuss this issues. Because nobody in isolation will be willing to come forward. But if we create platforms, then and they see the results, and media is also involved in advocating for this kind of platforms, then when results are there, then it will have the effect. And then all these, because it is not the community only benefiting out of all this. There are service providers as well, they are getting benefit from this. So We need to create the platform. The civil society need to create the platform to induce the elected representatives and facilitate such interactions. Only then that can happen. Otherwise, in the law, the provisions are there, but if we are not facilitating this, then it will go on. Thank you.
Thank you all the panel members and the audience for a very
Hello?
engaging
Yeah.
session.
Sorry.
So coming to the closure of this
Yeah,
session,
I have one question, please.
can we take it during the tea break? All the speakers will be available here.
Can you please take this question actually? Yeah.
Basiraj will kill me now.
The question is, actually I was going through the brochure, then I find it like the first page of the brochure, there's a preamble of the Constitution. So we accept the Constitution with the amendments, but why the amended preamble is not on the brochure? The words secular, socialist, and the integrity, which were added, but the preamble is the old preamble in the brochure.
Okay, so I have flagged this issue, so I'll let the organizers address that. So coming back to this panel discussion, I think there have been some very strong takeaway messages for all of us. When Jagannathji started about what he meant by active citizenry or how do we engage, and he spoke about participating, demanding accountability as well as transparency. They were sort of guiding lights which we all should take back home, and the belief in the youth to take this development agenda forward. Whenever we engage with the government, we are always sort of eyed with with a bit of suspicion. But we should also feel proud that government also derives a lot of credibility by working with us. So they have been good examples where we have demonstrated working with the community is possible, listening to the voices of the community and representing them in appropriate platforms or in appropriate means is possible. And there's a great way, or there's a long way to go with this in this direction. And there's also one remark about how do we start, where do we start? There's only few of us, or participation among citizenry is actually not up to the mark or where we want it to be. A nice anecdote, one of my seniors in the organization, we used to have these discussions around this, and he said, even in the Mahabharatas, the Kauravas were 100 and Pandavas were 5. So can you be amongst those 5? Start the work with the 5 and then maybe that number will increase. So thank you all for being with us, and let's continue to engage much beyond this panel discussion or the conference itself. Thank you.
It's my privilege and happy to be giving a vote of thanks for this beautiful and enriched panel discussion. For me, the topic strengthening and deepening democracy is very core to my heart and core of my work. Having worked with the marginalized community for the last 20 years, hearing from an expert panel on this topic was really exciting and enriching. I would like to extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to Sri Jagadananda ji, is a mentor and Center for Youth and Social Development, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. Now I would like to thank Shri Karthik Verma ji, co-team member, Piramal School of Leadership, Bengaluru. Now I would like to thank Shri Amrit Singh, Director, Kurtz International. I sincerely appreciate Ms. Lisa for coming online and sharing her thoughts. Finally, many thanks to my guide and my colleague, Shri Praveen Kumar, for excellent moderation, sir. Once again, thank you to the moderator and all the panel members for the discussion and success of the panel discussion. Thank you. Now there is a tea break. Please assemble at 11:30 once again for the continuous panel discussion.
There's a quick announcement. I heard that some of you wanted a clarification on the session on 2 to 3 p.m. about sharing democracy roundtable deliberations or the resolutions. In any chairperson want to discuss about this, I'm available during the break, and we'll come back by 11:30, please, for the next panel. Thank you.
I request all the delegates to take their respective seats. Session is about to start. Can I have the attention, please? I request all the delegates to take their respective seats because session is about to start. Please come and take your seats.
Hello.
I request all the delegates, please come forward and take your seats. All the delegates, please take your respective seats. Session is about to start. Namaste to all. My name is Hema Thakur and I am the working group member of this conference and part of C20. I welcome you all to the panel discussion on responsible citizenry and responsive governance. In this panel, we will delve into the fundamental role of both citizens and government in building a more just, equitable and sustainable society. We are honored to have with us a distinguished panel of experts, each bringing their unique perspective and experiences to the table. I would like to call upon the stage our Honorable Member of Rajya Sabha, Shri Sujit Kumar ji, Dr. Sandeep Shastri ji, National Coordinator Niti Network, Shri V.N. Rajesh Kami Reddy ji, CEO Sankurarthi Foundation, Chavi Rajawat ma'am, Indian politician, and moderator of this session, Shri Pushkar Dharab ji. It is my honor to introduce and welcome Honorable Member of Rajya Sabha, Shri Sujit Kumar ji. He is currently the chairman of the Committee on Petitions of Rajya Sabha. He earlier served as the advisor in the rank of Chief Secretary to the Special Development Council of Government of Odisha and as the Special Secretary of Odisha State Planning Board, very senior policy planning position with the Government of Odisha. He is also an engineer turned lawyer and is currently practicing law at the Odisha High Court and Supreme Court of India and has founded Lex Mantra LLP, a boutique law firm. Previously, he worked at the World Economic Forum in Geneva, Switzerland, and for United Nations Development Programme and for Infosys Technology Limited in India. He was an Asia Pacific Leader Fellow at the East West Center, Hawaii in 2009. He holds an impressive educational background, having completed a mid-career Master in Public Administration at the prestigious Harvard Kennedy School, Harvard University. He is also an MBA degree from SAD Business School, University of Oxford, having the distinction of receiving the inaugural Scholarship for Social Entrepreneurship. He also holds 2 bachelor degrees from India. One is Bachelor of Engineering and Bachelor of Law. I warmly welcome Shri Sujit ji to our panel discussion. Next, we have with us Dr. Sandeep Shastri ji. Sandeep Shastri ji is a political scientist and Pro-Vice Chancellor of the Jain University and Director of its Center for Research in Social Sciences and Education. He is also the National Coordinator of Lok Niti Network. His research is largely in the field of election studies, federalism, innovation in teaching and survey-based. With 10 books, more than 40 articles in edited books, more than 60 articles in refereed research journal, beside more than 200 articles in op-ed pages of newspaper. He is associated with many prestigious international research bodies. I warmly welcome Shastri sir on this panel. Taking it forward, I would like to introduce our next distinguished panelist, Shri Rajesh Kamireddy ji. He works largely at the intersection of technology, public policy, and impact. He studies at Texas A&M for master's degree in computer science, Stanford University's Graduate School of Business for an executive MBA, and worked as an IT consultant in USA for a couple of years, and later chose to work in India in the Impact Center. Mr. Rajesh volunteers as the CEO of a non-profit organization, Sankurarthi, which operates Andhra Pradesh's largest eye care hospital network. Rajesh ji is a World Economic Forum Global Shaper, recognized as one of the 40 young leaders under 40 by USA Italy Business Council. He is also known as Associate Fellow of Royal Commonwealth Society and recipient of Social Entrepreneur of India 2012 by ASSOCHAM. His mission in life are creating dignified jobs for youth, affordable healthcare, bringing global equality education in India. I welcome you, sir, on this panel. It is my honor to introduce to you a truly remarkable individual, Ms. Chhavi Ajawat ji, who is a two-time Sarpanch of Soda village located in Rajasthan. Her tireless effort to transform the village into a model for sustainable, gender-balanced development have been recognized with numerous awards and accolades. She has received multiple awards for her service for President late Shri Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam and Shri Ramnath Kovind ji, Young Indian Leader Award by CNN IBN, Grassroots Women of the Decade Achievers Award, All India Women's Achievers Award, Changing Face of Indian Politics Award, and many more. She is also an Aspen Fellow and a Young Global Leader with the World Economic Forum. She has participated in several national and international programs. During her 2 terms as a Sarpanch, Chhavi brought transparency into council office, supported the agrarian community, introduced a waste management project, and focused on improving the quality of education. She is currently a director of the board of EIH Limited, Miracle Foundation, on the advisory board of Bears South Africa Council, and Vedika Scholar Program for Women, Delhi. I welcome ma'am for this panel. Next, we have Pushkar Dharab ji, who is the co-founder and managing director of Gramya, an interactive digital radio for Gram Panchayat given to the Sarpanch to interact with village dwellers and the policy makers with a feedback mechanism and mechanism to the government of India. He was the core founding member of the first political consultancy in India, Citizen for Accountable Governance, the team that drove Shri Narendra Modi's Prime Minister campaign in 2014. I would welcome Pushkar ji on this panel. Pushkar ji is also moderator for this session. Now I would like to hand over the stage to Pushkar ji for further moderation of the panel. Over to you.
So, thank you so much for this wonderful dream panel. The reason why I call it a dream panel is because one, we've got people from Grassroots, right, who have literally worked at a place where we think that, or we aspire to work, right? We've got people who are, you know, we've got such eminent panelists who are psephologists, who are policy makers, policy advisors. Also, people who have literally, you know, people who have literally given up their careers and are working for this country. So I'm glad to be on this panel and moderate such eminent personalities, right? Right from a sarpanch to a 40 under 40 to a psephologist, a political scientist, and a member of parliament. So, so thank you so much for this. And with this, I would like to introduce our first panelist, and that's Dr. Sandeep Shastri. So we all know Dr. Sandeep Shastri. He's a known face, right? I mean, most of us must have seen him on televisions, right? Speaking about politics, speaking about his research, right? And so many other things. So once, in one of his interviews or one of the sessions, Dr. Shastri, it was really amazing, where you actually told people of various parties to say that, you know, we should say it is our government, rather than saying, you know, it is BJP government, it is Congress government, it is BJS government. All of us together, right? A party is either in power or in opposition. So it is everybody's government. So that was really amazing, actually living up to something like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Sir, with that, may I take the liberty and request to you, you know, in the capacity of author and academician, to kick the session off, right? And how about starting it with an actual story that has touched you?
Thank you so much, Pushkarji. I had specifically requested Pushkarji that I don't want to speak for 12 minutes. I would believe an ideal panel is where we have a Q&A session. So he said, I'll ask you questions and you respond to those questions. I must also thank the space we are at today, because I believe the joy of life comes through the art of living. It is the art of living that provides each of us the joy of life. And when I heard Gram was part of this event, Dr. Balu has been a close friend for many years, so there was no way I could not come today for this particular event. Pushkar, you asked me to talk about an example which touched my core. And I decided to choose an example which relates to government, which relates to CSOs, which relates to, I will not use the word ordinary citizen, because I don't think there is anything ordinary about the citizen. He or she is extraordinary, which relates to the citizen of this country. And this is something I learned with Dr. Balu at their tribal school in Hegardevankote. We had gone there for learning ourselves. I have been teaching for 40 years, and more than 25,000 students have allowed me to learn with them in their classrooms. And I see the same opportunity when I went to the tribal school. 3 days we were there, and all 3 days I saw an event. Outside a classroom, a mother was sitting from morning to evening doing nothing, just sitting. So I asked the principal, what is this mother doing in this tribal school? He said, go and ask her yourself. So I went and asked her. She said, sir, my husband and I, for the first time we saw a school when we brought our child to bring her here. Forget studying in a school, we had never seen a school. So both of us, husband and wife, thought at home, If our daughter has to study in a school, can we create the environment back at home to help her? And how do we do it? Neither of us has gone to school. So the husband and wife took a decision that the wife will go with the child to school, sit outside the class, listen to what all goes on and envision what all goes on and try to create that environment back at home. And she gave me a great quote which I used as the foundation of the Karnataka youth policy. She said, "My child learns inside the classroom, I learn outside the classroom. My child learns inside the classroom, I learn outside the classroom. Both of us are learning together." And for me, Pushkar, government is there, private sector is there, citizen is there, student is there, parent is there, teacher is there. I couldn't get a better example which motivated me in terms of how, when people are together, action is possible.
That is so moving and motivating at the same time. I mean, it's really fantastic. Very overwhelmed by the Udaharan. That just brings me to when we are, this is an example of poverty, so to say. And here we are speaking about India becoming a 5 trillion, 5 trillion economy, right? I mean, we're going to be 5 trillion, 11 trillion, 10 trillion, right, in the coming times. However, there is a definite gap between the rural and urban, right? There is a definite gap between where, the rich and poor, so to say. There's a definite gap between 70 million where this country, 70 million people of this country and the other 20 million or so, right? So, basically I would like your thoughts on that, right? And the question would be, what can we do for it? Like, how do we bridge this gap in the coming times?
Again, a very thought-provoking question, Pushkar. In all Indian languages, we have a word, tripti. And you see, these Indian languages are so deep and rich and powerful, I cannot find an English equivalent for tripti. A one-word English equivalent for tripti. You may have multiple words. Now, this sense of contentment, this sense of satisfaction is something I have found in non-urban India. Authentic sense of tripti. And how, see, Prime Minister Modi is very right in focusing on an Atmanirbhar Bharat. I have always believed this Atmanirbhar Bharat is not about tools and techniques, procedures and processes. It is about our way of thinking. Are we Atmanirbhar in our way of thinking? And I think non-city India is the India which is emerging as that now Atmanirbhar India. Why do I say this, Pushkar? Time and again in our youth studies, we have found one trend. Where is this aspirational India located? It's in the small towns and cities of this country and not in the big urban locales. And this aspirational India of the small towns and cities is what is percolating to the village. Because the small town and city, young boy and girl, has that aspiration to be able to take their life forward. And it is this transformation which in the previous session we were discussing, where will our children be 20 years from now? Now, I see that young India today in the towns and cities being the ones which will be at the cusp of change as we go forward. And I'll just take one example. If I look at the Indian cricket team when I was a young man, not many years ago, 8 out of 11 of the team would be people from big cities. Yeah. Today, 9 out of 11 of them are from small towns and cities. Today, aspirational leaders across fields are from the small towns and cities. In the pandemic, our studies have shown the real coping strategies at home in the pandemic was the small towns and cities. So I see the transformation actually happening. I see what in Hindi we call, and Indian languages we call, the Mahatvakanksha. That Mahatvakanksha Bharat, if you may, is that small town and city India.
So that is really very thought-provoking, and the aspirations are growing, right? I mean, we can all see from here, right? Most of the organizations that are here present are working in grassroots, are working at Gram Panchayat levels. So this is such a wonderful platform, and with this, I would like to take a couple of questions for Dr. Shastri, if you may. Yes, Chavi ma'am, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shastri. That was amazing, especially the usage of the words, which I feel exists. It seems more visible in smaller towns, villages, etc. But if you look at the digital influx in terms of the infrastructure having gone to the scale that it has, and at the same time, especially when we look at smaller towns and villages, and this is something that really perturbs me immensely, is that there is no guidance as such, right? So that is something I'm a little fearful of. So yes, there are aspirations, but the impact that this gadget, which is now accessible by everyone, is having, how do we tackle something like that?
Chavi, great insight that you have brought into the discussion. I'll go back 24 years to answer that question. In 1999, those of us who were voters at that time would remember, we had a major election in 1999 after Vajpayee ji lost by 1 vote. And we were doing a survey across the country, and one of my students went to a village to do the survey. She was talking to this woman who was standing in the line to vote. At 8:30 in the morning, she saw 100 people standing in a line to vote. And she was from a city and she had never seen such a big line to vote. She had seen it for outside Kantirva Stadium. She had seen it for other things, but never to vote. So she met this woman who was there in that line. And she asked this woman, Amma, whom did you vote for? She said, I don't know who I voted for. What she meant is, I don't know the name of the person I voted for. I went for the symbol and I voted. Then my student asked her, will this change your life in any way? This voting will not change my life in any way. Then she asked, my student asked her a third question. If you don't know who you voted for, if it didn't make a change in your life, why did you come here? She said, did you see the line I was standing in? Yes. Do you know who was behind me? The richest farmer of this village was behind me. And do you know who was behind him? There is only one temple in our village. The priest of that temple was behind him. And you know who was behind him? My student was wondering why this, who is who of the village. And then this lady taught her something about earthly politics, even though she herself was an 8th standard dropout. This person told my student, child, is there any other line in this country where I can do my job before these people can do their job? Is there any other line in this country where I can do my job before these people can do their job? She thought maybe she has moved. And on the way out, she went to the panchayat office. And what did she see in the panchayat office? This lady sitting there as a panchayat member. And she said, my journey began in that line that I stood in. I thought, why should I stand in the line? Why shouldn't I get other people to decide whether I should be one of the names in the line and get into that office? The story doesn't stop here. 8 years later, in postdoctoral work, when she went back to that village, that lady was now the head of the panchayat. and had a computer in front of her and was working on the computer and managing the affairs of the panchayat from there. Yes, a lot needs to be done, but the transformation, I believe, has begun. The journey is on. Every success brings with it challenges, and one challenge is the transformation and making. I go back to my point. Our challenge is we think digitization makes us powerful. I always tell my students in the class, can you make Dr. Google your assistant rather than you become a slave of Dr. Google? Similarly here, in our digital transformation, can we constantly remind ourselves that digital is a platform? We are the ones who need to transform. What does AI stand for? What's the first word?
Artificial.
Artificial. We are talking of artificial intelligence. At the end of the day, the real intelligence is here. My last point, Pushkar, as an answer to ma'am. This time I asked a question in the exam to my students. And what was the question? Students, I asked ChatGPT this question. And this is the answer that ChatGPT gave me. You tell me what is wrong with this answer. Now, that's my question in the exam to students. You tell me what is wrong with ChatGPT's answer to this question. And then one student after the exam told me, sir, I never knew that ChatGPT also could be wrong. And then I brought in this point about how, at the end of the day, we decide, define, and determine the way the country goes forward. And like the person said in the previous session, I think it's the younger generation which is at the lead of the process.
Wow, that was really touching and moving. And just to add, the digital gap in India, with other countries, developed countries, there have been steps by which, they have reached to a particular level. It is India where we were perhaps, where we were using computers or laptops, and we suddenly boomed to a 3G and a 4G. So you will see that most of our users, most of the citizens in this country who are using smartphones have not used a computer before in their lives. In fact, 1 billion people from rural India will be using a smartphone by 2024. So coming to that, thank you so much, Dr. Shastri, for a very enriching session, right? We'll love to come back to you. However, with time, I'm moving to my next guest and the next eminent panelist. Could I have the slide behind me? No, I've got I prepared a different set of slides so that when I am speaking, their journey is displayed behind a little. So, yeah, like I played for Dr. Shastri. Next slide, please. Now, we all know him. This man really does not need an introduction. A multifaceted personality. And why multifaceted, right? I mean, he's an engineer. He is also an engineer, like, two other panelists, right? Then, after his engineering, he decided to take up law, right? After taking up law, he said that, what? I should do something more. Scholarship, right? Could you play the video, please? Right? He calls himself the voice of Orissa in Delhi. Studied at Howard Kennedy School of Public Policy, right? MP sir is, why is he multifaceted? He went to Oxford, went to Howard Kennedy School, and that was not it. He came back to India. He could have gone to any other country, would have had, the richest and the most amazing life. However, he chose to come back to country, and not just come back to country, he became the advisor to policy makers, right? After that, became a politician himself, right? And right now, he is the youngest ever parliamentarian to be the chair of a parliamentary committee. So, sir, it is my pleasure that you are my panelist, and would you like to share some of your thoughts about the journey, about the insights, and primarily about good governance?
Thank you, Pushkar ji. The degrees, I truly believe that I do have a couple of degrees, but they are not a true index of your character or of your competence or of your eligibility to be a good public servant. Having said that, I do acknowledge that the degrees helped me get a foothold in politics and has subsequently helped me. And I did stay abroad for a couple of years, studied there, worked there, saved some money, but eventually decided to come back. I was absolutely clear in my mind that at some point I'll relocate back to India. That clarity I always had when I left India in 2004 to do my MBA. And then finally I relocated back in 2011. And as you did mention, I started working with Honorable Chief Minister of Orissa and then finally took the plunge and entered politics in 2012. So I have been very fortunate that in less than 8 years I was nominated to the Rajya Sabha by my Chief Minister, which I believe is unthinkable in any other party in this country. So that way I believe that Biju Janata Dal is truly democratic. Now coming back to the topic for this panel, yesterday I was attending the inaugural session, and the speakers, including Guruji, they spoke about the 4 or 5 pillars of our nation, of our society, government representing the executive and the legislative wing. Then there was talk of the judiciary, there was talk of media/academia, the institution that frames the narrative. There was talk of the industry. So, sorry, I'm recovering from a flu, so I'll keep coughing. Kindly bear with me if I keep coughing. This panel is focused more on the interface of the citizens and the government. The previous panel this morning spoke about the role of civil society, which I think is extremely crucial. And Dr. Balu and other panelists spoke about the need for an empowered and informed citizenry, which I think is absolutely essential if you want to have democracy in this country. When Prime Minister Modi took his oath in 2014, I remember his words. He said, "People's participation is the essence of democracy." This was at the BJP party headquarters, where he was felicitated after taking oath. And these were his words. And I couldn't agree with him more. Responsible citizenry and responsive government are actually two sides of the same coin. In fact, responsible citizenry, or what I call the duties of a citizen, they are enshrined in our constitution itself. Of course, the founding fathers didn't envisage that. It was subsequently added to our constitution by the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act of 1976. Article 51A was added to Chapter 4 of our constitution, and students of political science will recall that Part 4 of the constitution deals with directive principles of state policy, and hence they are non-enforceable. Nevertheless, they act as a moral and a guiding force for the citizens, what we call the fundamental duties. But given that this panel is focusing more on the role of citizens in deepening democracy, I think that has already been said multiple times over the course of last 2 days. Yesterday, Guruji and other panelists spoke about the foremost duty of a citizen of voting age. And Dr. Shastri beautifully, through a very, very powerful story of that village lady, has articulated it so well that, when a lady in a remote village, I come from the district of Kalahandi in Orissa, and it's pretty remote. When I see a lady in Kalahandi or in Chikmagalur or in Dhanbad or in Kakinada standing in queue with all the, even you have MLAs and other senior members of political parties behind the lady to cast her vote, that is the biggest tribute to democracy. That is, I think, a sacred act, which is what responsible citizenry is about. So I think that's the first and foremost act of responsible citizenry when we are talking about deepening democracy. Unless you vote, you are not truly a citizen. Secondly, who do you vote for? Again, you know, in India we say you don't cast your vote, you vote your caste, which is so sad. You know, there is a very powerful story in Odia. I don't know how it translates in other languages, but people kept voting for the axe. You know, trees. I mean, not people. Sorry, trees. Trees were voting for the axe because the handle of the axe was made of wood, and the trees thought that he's one of our own, or the axe is one of our own, without realizing that the axe is after their life. So I think you need to vote for the right candidate, irrespective of the caste, religion, or other considerations. And I think that is another key duty of a citizen. Now, this morning the panel spoke about being responsible citizens through civic participation. Now, what we call Jan Bhagidari, Jan Andolan, Jan Bhagidari. Again, I go back to a statement made by PM Modi. You know, I'm from a different political party, but I'm quoting him because I like some of his statements. I liked some of his statements. He did say that my government, or his government rather, will focus on, or the key of his government's functioning would be minimum government, maximum governance. So essentially what he was saying is that the government will be responsive, because responsive government is the hallmark of good governance. So when you say maximum governance, basically he meant responsive governance. And minimum government, that government will stay out of the lives of citizens as far as possible. As we speak, the parliament introduced a Jan Vishwas Bill 2022, which was later sent to the Joint Parliamentary Committee. And I was privileged to be part of that committee. So the Jan Vishwas Bill 2022 discussed and suggested to decriminalize 49 acts of this country, 49 laws of this country, cutting across sectors. We all know how cumbersome our laws are. You know, I'll give you two examples. There is a law, there is a provision in our labor law that if the washroom of the laborers is not whitewashed every 3 months, then the promoter could be jailed for 6 months. I concede that the washroom should be whitewashed, maybe every month. Why 3 months? Do it every month. But imagine, to imprison someone for 6 months for not whitewashing the washroom of the laborer, I think it's a bit too far. Similarly, you know, outraging the modesty of a woman is certainly a crime. It's a crime under the IPC. Now, the GST Act of 2017 mandates that if you do not furnish your GSTR2 returns, the GSTR2 returns have to be submitted quarterly by corporates. So if the GSTR2 returns are not submitted quarterly, there is an imprisonment clause. And would you believe that the imprisonment clause for not furnishing your GSTR2 returns on time is the same that is provisioned in the IPC for outraging the modesty of a woman? How can, you know, you punish someone without mens rea? Someone might have forgotten to furnish the GSTR return. Mens rea is essential in criminal jurisprudence. But to have someone punished the same quantum of punishment as for outraging the modesty of a woman, I think that's too much. So the Jan Vishwas Bill, I think, is one of the finest examples of public policy and responsive governance, because it talks of decriminalizing a huge chunk of our outdated laws, making the lives of our citizens less cumbersome, facilitating ease of doing business, and basically saying that we trust our citizens, right? Now, the Prime Minister has articulated the net zero targets, 2070 targets. Now, there are 120, why Jan Bhagidari is important, why it is essential to involve the citizenry. This is an example. Now there are 120 countries, 20 odd countries in this country that are dependent on fossil fuels, oil and gas, coal, thermal. And 90% of the laborers in these districts that are dependent on fossil fuel economy are in the informal sector. They are working as laborer to raise the, do the mining, raising, transportation, so on and so forth. Now we are talking of a transition to renewable energy, green energy by 2070. By 2030, we have a target of 50% of our energy made from green sources. Now what will happen to this economy, to the economy of this country, these districts? What will happen to the laborers, the 90% of the informal laborers that are working in the so-called polluting industries? Yes, we should all transition to green energy, but should that transition not happen in a just and fair manner? So have we spoken to the laborers of these 120 odd districts that are dependent on fossil fuels? Because I think the success of any scheme or any policy, public policy, depends on how best you are able to meet the needs of the vulnerable population. So this is where I think the government has to be responsive. The government has shown vision by being responsive to the needs of this generation and the future generation, by articulating a vision of net zero by 2070. But has the government been responsive enough to take the vulnerable population along while being responsive to the needs of our health needs of our citizens? Prime Minister spoke of the life concept. Someone was talking about the life concept yesterday. It's a beautiful concept, lifestyle for environment. I think he spoke about his life concept at the Glasgow COP26 at Glasgow last year. Basically, he was urging the citizens to be responsible. Simple acts. He was nudging the citizens to play their bit, to play their part in making our environment more sustainable, in building a cleaner earth. Simple acts of not wasting, going for a circular economy, reusing, recycling, switching off the lights and fans when you don't need them, turning off the tap when you see a leaking tap, finishing the water. I urge everywhere I go, I tell people, either finish the water or take it with you. So this is basically life concept. So that is responsible citizen. So I'll give one more example and I'll end, Pushkarji. In 2015, there was a beautiful campaign. Some of you might recall, Give It Up campaign. How many of you gave up your LPG subsidy? I think everyone in this room can afford to pay the full market price for the LPG gas cylinder. I think none in this room deserves and needs that LPG subsidy. So the campaign, and salute to his vision and salute to the responsive attitude of our citizenry, that 2 crore Indian citizens gave up their LPG subsidy. 2 crore Indian citizens. It's not a mean achievement. Just one slogan from the PM, from the highest executive of the land, that please give up your LPG subsidy so that those who can afford, please give up your LPG subsidy so that the money we save from that can be used to provide subsidized cylinders for those who cannot afford. Swachh Bharat Mission, another call for responsible citizenry, and a great example of responsive governance. Swachh Bharat Mission. People stopped going out into the open. People stopped defecating in the open. Yes, there are still open defecation cases going on in most of our Indian villages, but there was a big change in the mindset of people that no, we need to keep our environment clean. Simple acts for a PM to urge the nation from the ramparts of the Red Fort in his first address to the nation, independence address to the nation, that will build toilets. Please focus on sanitation. I think that takes guts. So I think there are many such examples of citizens being responsible, citizens participating in the policy making, in the policy implementation, what we call Jan Andolan, right? And I firmly believe that there cannot be deepening of democracy unless the citizens truly come forward, right up, from the bottom up. Someone spoke of Gram Sabha. Every citizen who is residing that village should participate in the Gram Sabha. I have been involved with Gram Sabhas for almost 12 years now, and we have had even children Gram Sabhas, where only issues pertaining to children are discussed. And people and children participate. And you won't believe, Pushkarji, the kind of suggestions they make, the kind of ideas we get from the children Gram Sabhas. So I'll stop with that, and I'm looking forward to further interaction.
Thank you. Thank you so much, MP sir. Sujit ji, would you be open to take one or two questions from the audience? I'm sure there are a lot of questions, but yeah. Yes, please. Mike Kodu. Kodi. Mike Kodi.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Guru Saravanan. I represent Institute of Grassroots Governance. So it was great to know that you've been involved in Gram Sabha meetings and all. Since I have an work experience with a member of Parliament in Visakhapatnam, my question is basically like how MPs are responsive to the needs of local self-governments. Because when I work there, like there is no sort of established mechanism or platforms where the elected representatives at the local level or the Gram Sabha resolutions, they can come forward and then place it towards the MP. There is no sort of platform available. So have you ever established any platform where the people, the elected representatives in the Gram Panchayats or the municipalities are directly approaching you to get the welfare funds, MP Lads? That's my first question. And another thing is that MP Lads portal, which is not at all updated, the dashboard, which is not at all updated. And when we check the MP Lads website also, the recommended works, so far like 4+ crores have been allocated. But we as citizens, like even like you mentioned, the Kalahandi constituency, we don't know what sort of works have been recommended. So I feel like, have you taken to this concerned ministry? These are two my questions. Yeah, thank you.
I'll answer your second query first. My office rather uploads every single project that is sanctioned from my MP Lad fund and some other funds that we get from the state government's schemes. Every single project that I sanction is uploaded. So you can, on a real-time basis. So until yesterday, I think every single project that has been sanctioned from my funds are there on my portal. So I'm not sure about other MPs, but this should be done at an institutional level by the Ministry of Statistics and Implementation. I completely agree with you. Coming back to your first query, is there a platform? I'm not sure of a central platform, but again, my office is very active on social media. We have an institutional mechanism of receiving grievances from the public of my constituency. Regularly, the office replies to all the grievances that we receive. Whatever follow-up has happened is updated. So there is a process. We do that, and there are many other MPs. I'm not saying that I'm the unique. I know at least 2 dozen MPs cutting across party lines from across this country who have, and I'm sure there are many more, who have built their own platforms, their own mechanisms to receive grievances, address them. To the best of my knowledge, there is no central mechanism, okay? But I can think of a portal called MyGov. MyGov 2.0 is now there, where about 2.5 crore citizens of this country have already registered. And the CEO of MyGov, Abhishek Singh, he has now moved on to a different ministry. He was telling me last year that they received 10 crore feedback, 10 crore applications every single day on the MyGov platform. So there is some mechanism, but exclusively for the MPs and MLAs, I'm not sure if there is any mechanism, not that I'm aware of. But yes, individual MPs have built their own platforms, largely leveraging the power of social media.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. There was a lady here. Yes, please.
Sujitji, as you said, there are 200 crores people given up the subsidy, I mean gas subsidy. At the same time, you said there are so many rural poor got the benefit. But now the present situation, you can see that the rate of the gas is increased by 600 rupees. I mean 1135 at present. So which it is not affordable by poor people. Okay. You don't think that Modi ji made a decision where the distributor and get more money and government also get more benefit instead of helping the poor. You won't think that Modi ji has taken taken the wrong decision?
I think you're asking the wrong person. I think if there is a BJP spokesperson in the room, you should ask the
No.
person. But as a citizen of this country, I think yes, there are instances, multiple instances of poor people giving up their gas cylinder because they just cannot afford it, even after the subsidy. Even after the subsidy, because the subsidy was only for the first couple of refills. Many states have added to the kitty and they are giving 12 extra cylinders a year. So there are different state government schemes. But I mean, I do not know, I cannot answer on behalf of Prime Minister Modi, but as a politician, as a member of parliament, I think yes, if you have a scheme and if you do not make it foolproof, if it is not coming to the aid of the poorest of the poor, then I think that needs to be relooked.
No, you have mentioned here, no, that's the reason my question is there. Because the distributor is making the money and government is getting more income on that poor.
I gave an example of responsible citizenry. This is a policy decision and I don't want to get into the turf of politics because, see, I come from a different political party, so let's avoid that. I don't know, I mean, I can make a political statement and attack the government on this, but I would like to avoid that. Having said that, I think yes, there is a need to extend the number of refills for the poorest of the poor so that they can afford it.
So thank you so much for beautifully answering this question. This was coming to the conclusion of this. Thank you so much for this enlightening, giving instances where minimum government and maximum governance, responsive citizenship, of also envisioning when we change to clean energy, what would happen with people, the laborers who are working in coal mines or various mines, right? So thank you so much. It was really very really very enriching. Thank you for your insights once again. So moving to my next panel, there is some commonality between our former panelist and our current panelist, Rajesh ji. So what could the commonalities be, if any guesses, between the MP and Rajesh ji? Yes, please. Yes, that is a very important point, right? Both of them have studied abroad, stayed abroad, and then came back to the country. Yes, both of them are also engineers. So, Rajesh ji, I would like to bring to your notice that everybody knows Rajesh ji is 40 under 40, right? I mean, that's such an amazing achievement in its in its own. More than everything, what impresses about Rajesh ji the most is that leaving everything, he not just came back to the country and started working at Grassroots, but he joined another NGO. He joined a person where he saw the value, where he saw the vision. Not a lot of people can, like I myself, it will be very difficult for me to work under someone in a way, although it's my mentor, my guru, whatever, but working under in a way is a big ego trip for me. And I think that humility, Rajesh ji, is something that stands out for me where, through your organization, by now there are 37 lakh beneficiaries who have benefited, in eye care. And that itself is phenomenal. I mean, running an NGO like an enterprise, like with the enterprise standards and bringing and making the difference, right? That itself is so amazing. So Rajesh ji, welcome to the panel, and it is all yours. Please let us know about what you think of responsive citizenry. You yourself have are a role model for it in a way. So thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Pushkar ji. You've been really kind and generous with your introduction. Just as you are showcasing pictures of my earlier life, just like any other young person out here, I had a very regular growing up years. I had the privilege of a decent-to-do father who gave me everything in life. My father's worry was largely about how many newspapers that we were reading and how many magazines that we were reading. And it took me a long years to understand that's actually a privilege in this country. My father was more worried about us getting the best of foods for us to during our growing up years and all. And again, it took me my time during US that I realized that I'm a extremely privileged one to get all of that. Even during my undergrad studying engineering, the question was never about where Rajesh would go for a job kind. The whole college or every friend of mine knows that Rajesh will go abroad for his master's degree. It didn't really occur to me until a long time that it was a definite privilege to even have that dream of going abroad. While rest of my batchmates, studied in a rural engineering background, engineering college, they were all more worried about finding a job so as to support their families. To half of my class, my female classmates were getting into marriage and stuff like that. These things never really were even in the realm of my thing. But over a period of time, I realized that my time being in USA, though I'm born, brought up, educated here, a lot of things in my life are pretty much shaped up in West, because that's where I spent a lot of time in libraries and started learning about my country and things like that. During such time, so having chosen to come back to India, my education really started when I started touring my own country. I chose not to take aircrafts or anything, air tickets or anything, but rather my education largely came from my fellow passengers in my trains, buses, and all of that. The first 1,000 days when I moved back to India, I decided not to use a car or anything, just to really check my own self, because a lot of us, when we are young, we would think that we have the power to change the country. We have the, everything in us to do all of that. We'll keep listening to a lot of speakers who inspire us to take that big plunge in life and all. I tried to test my own depth of servitude, whether do I have what I think I have, or am I assuming that I have things. So the first 1,000 days, I put myself through that ordeal. People like Sujit ji were always inspirational. I've read the story of Chavi Rajawat ji being a young MBA Sarpanch and all of that. These are all inspirational stories, but the journey of us trying to do work in social sector or impact space always starts within us. In that journey, I'm extremely fortunate to find a mentor in Dr. Chandrasekhar, who you saw as the picture. He recently received a Padma Shri award. My humbling experiences such that you asked me that why we run these hospitals and all of that is because running a hospital, we don't run it just for the heck of running eye care hospital. We wanted to drive the whole avoidable blindness out of our region of impact, okay? Our goals, I've always tried to set it at an audacious level, because unless the goal is mightier and bigger than us, there is no inspiration for us to push through these everyday life's challenges in life. Dr. Chandrasekhar did all of that. I stand on his shoulders rather at a lot of places, but he showed me the path. And like a lot of you, I find some young man in earlier panel was asking questions about suo motu disclosures and all of that. A lot of these questions come to us, but then we don't understand the challenge of really building institutions. In my case, I saw Dr. Chandrasekhar building an institution like Sri Kiran Institute of Ophthalmology, where for the last 30 years, 37 lakh outpatients have been treated, 3.5 lakh eye surgeries have been performed for free. And the largest eye care hospital in Andhra Pradesh is not in the Visakhapatnam, Vijayawada, Tirupati or Hyderabad, but in this small little Kakinada. As Dr. Anil Shastri earlier was emphasizing, the story of India is not the cities. The story of India is in the rural places, because the aspirations, the potential that ought to be unlocked it all comes down to rural places. You know, I suppose you would be listening to Ms. Chavi here, who would also be speaking from her experiences of governing in rural villages and all. But my experiences as is that, you know, I can only speak from my the experiences that I went through, that, you know, you provide, or rather if organizations provide institutions that can really cater to their needs, you know, that catering to their needs comes only when we listen to what they want, right? We are a world-class hospital, but at an affordable pricing. There is nobody who will deny an eye care, global quality eye care in our premises, because it is something we've decided to do, and then only when we listen to them. So these things, I realized, these institutions that we all should really look for to build as part of social organizations are only islands of excellence and examples that we can start showcasing to the world. The real change as such, you know, that really comes, you know, pertaining to this panel as such, is that the word I the citizen and we the society, we think are two separate things. I the citizen is a subset of we the society, because we the society as such is people like you, me, and I, and all of us put together. A lot of times we don't exercise our ability to really persuade the policy makers. Telugu mein, there is a word in Telugu which goes by saying, మాట్లాడగలిగిన మనము, మాట్లాడితే అర్థం చేసుకోగలిగిన మనము, మాట్లాడితే అర్థం చేసుకుని ఒకరికి చెప్పగలిగిన మనము, మాట్లాడితే అర్థం చేసుకుని చెప్పగలిగి ఎదుటివాడిని మార్చగలిగిన మనము, మనం మాట్లాడకపోతే ఏమవుతుందండి? The real, I'll translate it into English. It goes by saying the ones who can read, the ones who can read and understand, the ones who can read, understand, and can explain, the one who can read, understand, explain, and persuade the others. If we stay apathetic to, you know, the political process, you know, or the local grievances and stuff like that, we can't expect any great change, not in this country. You know, the absolute privilege of good education, if that doesn't give me the confidence to really stand up and ask my policy makers or my executive, be it the district collector or anybody who else, I can't really leave the burden of carrying a democratic process every day, single day, to those people who are busy in their Rojgar, Roti Kapda Makan challenge every single day. Dr. Anil Shastri and Sujit Bhai were talking about how the true palanquin bearers of this democracy are the rural folks, because they understood the power of voting, understood the power of voting in groups and demanding for what they think are needed for them, which is how they shape up the political agendas of this country, which are, sitting in such auditoriums, we may discuss about how we shouldn't have free ration, free education, free hospitals, that, free seats kind of a thing. But we fail to understand that, we move between I the citizen and we the society. The real power comes from we the society come together and start demanding that, hey, you know what, my dear MP or my MLA, hey, you know what, this is what we want, right? Imagine, I don't think somebody like Sujit Bhaiya would ever say no to a bunch of people coming together and say, sir, we want this to happen. Because no politician, no elected representative would ever say no to a bunch of people coming together. Unfortunately, the biggest challenge is that, the civil society or citizens as such for us is the challenge is to come together, which is where in Telugu, as I said earlier, the ones who can talk, the ones who can, read, understand, talk and persuade, if we don't bring more people together, okay, the power is in togetherness when we demand for the things. Dr. Anil Shastri was talking about, just to quote you, I was talking about how it is the rural folks are, find it the festival of democracy in voting and all of that. Truly, they truly are the palanquin bearers of democracy in this country. And then if you see them, whereas the urban folks never come together. Okay, we are rather worried about the fight between India and China and what India is doing with Pakistan rather than about the garbage that is not cleaned before houses. The water that should have come to our houses in today's 75th year of independent India, we still don't have water coming to our houses across the country, right? As to how we don't have good quality education out there because we don't go there. It is through our taxes that all these facilities happen, but we never really raise a question about why they are not having a global quality or at least decent quality of it. Because we're happy living in being the silent taxpayer and and then occasionally argumentative Indian talking about things at a different level where it doesn't really matter. Because when you, I'll tell you an example of what we do in my city, Kakinada. Every time that we need something, we ask for a appointment of a district collector or whoever is appropriate. And I bring the who's who of my city along with me, okay? He is forced or he cannot make a stand because he has to see us every single day outside of the city. If my district collector has to find a dentist, that would be amongst our gang. He has to get his eyes checked, that would be amongst our gang. If he needs water be delivered, that entrepreneur would be of our gang. I would ensure all the who's who of the city come along with you, 30, 40, 50 of them. And then guess what we would be asking them? That, hey, you know what? We want that school to be fixed. Here is my 1 lakh. Tell me what you are going to do. And that's a rather, I would see it more as an assertive leadership, assertive citizenry, because if we can't do that at our own places, I can't do that in Hyderabad. Okay, I also have a house in Hyderabad, but I can't do that in Hyderabad. But I am somebody in my own place, right? I know which door to knock to get to an appointment of my district collector or whoever. But can I leverage that? I can leverage the same network for, say, like getting contracts for our companies or getting some favors. But as a group, I am trying to bring together, or rather this is a very interesting trick that we found, that every time that we needed something for our city, I would persuade all of the who's who of the city, and trust me, there are good, nice people out there. If you really ask, a lot of times we think that the other person would be busy, but if you ask, a lot of people would come. And I'm fortunate to find such gang of people everywhere, every time that I try to do things like that in Kakinada. But that for me is the citizenry thing. The active citizenry thing comes from our own initiative. It would be a tough task. It consumes our time. We would be asked to wait outside of, some revenue officers every time and all of that. We'll still have to do that because you're not doing it for your own self, but you're doing it for your own public, because we choose to do this, right? Pushkarji had some nice introduction of Sujit Bhai and quite a lot of us, Chaviji eventually, but where else would we be going with all the good education that we have received? We are fortunate, right? If are fortunate of receiving good education, and if you are not able to do, at least at my personal level, I wanted to do give my best 10 years of my life to my country with no questions asked. I was a volunteer for every other initiative that whoever calls me for, if it's an RTI initiative, I would go read, I will sit with them, I will do. If it takes money, I would put some money behind this thing. If it's a Dalit rights activist, I will go along with them, because me joining them would also add some credibility, and sometimes I will speak to them to come together with a strategy to pressurize. So I've done all of that only because it was learning, and also I see the power of people coming together, and that I saw that the big wish that we should all have is to have institutions being built, be it hospitals, be it schools, be it anything. That institutional framework is something that we should all learn to really seek in our country, and that active citizenry is an everyday task. It's not a once in a 5-year drama, right? It's a everyday, being a citizen is an everyday task, everyday thing. And I think that's something that I really think I'd like to impress upon you, that, while I've heard that young man who really asked about the suo motu disclosures and all, brother, politicians and executive will not make that happen. You have to push them to make that happen. And that pushing happens only when we come together as a unit, a gang of people. For our common agenda should be good, good environment, good schools, good education, at an urban level, good parks, right? Unfortunately, we talk more about China. That's for the parliamentarians to worry about. We have eminent people, and Parliament is one of the nicest place, and with the best of the best minds debating all about it. Let's worry about what happens at our city level, what happens at our street level, what happens at our village level. If I go to village, I would every time push my sarpanch as to why the school is not doing well, because over a period of time, he is embarrassed to face me, for he cannot avoid me.
Rajesh
right? Thank you.
So, Rajesh, while you made very important and interesting points, we would love to hear more from you, especially the point where pressing politicians or pressing people in power to deliver in a way. So, thank you so much for your thoughts. And with that, we ended with the thought of Sarpanch. And with that, I would like to introduce our final panelist, the only lady on my panel today, and that is Chaviji. We all know about her dynamism as Sarpanch. And Chaviji, I would directly like to jump into a question, right? And that would be around, Sujitji just said that, it is not just about education, right? It's not just education. It is the virtues that basically help you, help you achieve a certain few things, right? However, I would like to bring this, that how has your education, right? How is Masters of Business Administration, learning business studies actually helped you while you were the Sarpanch, right, of Soda?
I'd say immensely. It's a very common question, because I did work in the corporate sector. I ran my own business, 2 businesses in fact, and then quit all of that and became a Sarpanch in 2010. All courtesy the 73rd, 74th Amendment. But having said that, I feel that a village is not very different from an organization. The beauty of having had the opportunity to lead it meant that I had access to all of the organization, vis-a-vis, say, a corporate sector where I was working in a specific vertical. Because if you look at the village, you're looking at raising funds, managing the finances, human resources, and so on and so forth. Every aspect that you can possibly think of comes under the purview of the grassroots leadership, from raising funds to executing to monitoring the projects to something we're not prepared for, that is conflict resolution, to the very intimate personal matters such as marital disputes, right? So that's the spectrum that one actually gets to work at. But the beauty actually, which I think is often missed, unfortunately, because this is not really mainstream politics, what people don't realize is that this is where you get to actually oversee everything. You actually get to oversee the execution and translate a vision that you as a collective force in a village would have, or say even the government for that matter. But this body is what is responsible to actually bring it to its final conclusion and monitor it very, very closely. Yes, we have the Honorable MP here. He may be making policy level changes, but I'm sure there must be moments where he must be feeling frustrated that, hey, this is what I wanted, but what is actually happening in the field is not something he may necessarily be able to monitor. And that I wish people would recognize and see the potential. When we're talking about building the nation, this is where we need to be. And this is where the majority of the country is, and yet it is so dismal to see where, and majority of the rural spaces are not where they ought to be. When we speak of development, unfortunately, we're only thinking urbanization in terms of infrastructure development. But what about development of the human being? Doesn't look like that seems to be on the forum or on the agenda ever so often, because if you look at people, institutions also, unfortunately, they're essentially chasing numbers. But there's a lot more than just numbers. There is that empathy, there's that compassion, there needs to be that realization that unless and until we do not grow collectively as a collective force, there is no way the nation can grow. And I just wish people would recognize that. And I think because of my connect with my village, where I've been going literally from when I was born, I was able to see that that things had not improved. While in the name of Panchayati Raj, and the funding for rural development through the government has increased immensely from when Panchayati Raj started out, which was zilch, to where we are as of today. And yet I noticed that not just my village, but the neighboring villages as well, they weren't progressing, they were regressing, which meant that there was a gap. And I wanted to understand what that gap was. So when this opportunity struck my door, it wasn't my decision to become the sarpanch, it was a decision of the village elders, the men folk, because it was a reserved seat for women. And I thought, here is an opportunity where I hope the government institution in itself would recognize individuals like me who are willing to work at the grassroots. The private sector, the not-for-profit sector, would recognize us and use people like me as that bridging agent between the intent and the translation of that intent on the ground. And as you rightfully pointed out, it's about the collective force. Unfortunately, our culture somewhere misses out on introducing the concept of teamwork. I'm glad that Lisa spoke about sports, because that's a beautiful platform to not just recognize the talent within your own self, gain self-confidence, but also learn to work collectively, especially in team games. And I think that is what we need to nurture within each one of us, be it as adults or be it as youngsters or youth, which I'm hoping many of you who are seated here are listening to.
Wonderful. So, you know, in your answer, there was a lot of knowledge, and I would like to ask a follow-up question in it, right? I mean, you specifically said the men folk of the village, the men folk, the elders, chose you to be the sarpanch or asked you to become the sarpanch, right? So, here's a question. Have you really faced discrimination? Have you faced discrimination while you were the sarpanch?
I think I was lucky that within my village, I'm perceived as the daughter of the village. So that comes with an added advantage, right? Like I have huge emotional benefit, courtesy that. I know there's paucity of time, but I will still cite an example. We were in the process of broadening the road widths within the village. And mind you, encroachment is rampant across the country. It is a topic that largely no leader really wants to address, but of course we decided to do so. And we did so through dialogues, through Gram Sabhas, through participation. And when that process was happening, there was one gentleman who was infighting with his brothers, and they had their houses around. We just needed to chip the edge of the wall, the outer wall of his house, so that the space for the drainage could be made alongside the road. But he would not budge. The Panchayat secretary, who was in his 60s, much older than me, he went first, but the man did not listen to him, and this was an elderly gentleman, must be in his late 70s, early 80s. The other elected representatives in my team, men, they went, he still wouldn't budge. Then the Panchayat secretary called me that, listen, you need to come. So I went to that site. I didn't even say anything. The man turned around, looked at me, and he asked me, are you getting this done? And I'm like, well, the Panchayat secretary was here. The other elected representatives were here. Yes, the Panchayat is doing it. He said, no, are you getting it done? And I said, well, I'm part of the team, so yes, we are getting it done. And believe you me, we told him we don't want you to break the wall. He picked up the hammer and broke the entire wall of his house. You know, so that was the beauty. But coming back to answering your question, I think because I spoke about transparency and accountability, I spoke about being inclusive, not being biased. So I think somewhere that message went out, not just within my village, but also outside of the village. So the people who perhaps were making money through wrong means or bullying people suddenly saw me as a deterrent and a hindrance. So yes, those people did give me a huge pushback. The system wasn't used to someone like me. So when I was meeting officials at the district and block level, a lot of them were in a patriarchal society, men who were much older. They were not used to a woman sitting across the table and questioning them, that to someone much younger. So yes, egos did come to play, and there was a huge pushback. But I think the support of the people initially from within the village, the youth were my champions, because I realized with the bare minimal honorarium, which is going to be a question I'm going to throw at you, so remind me there. I realized I couldn't really push my elected team representatives to give the time that development of a village required. So I reached out to the youth, and especially the educated ones, trained them and shared with them how the different projects of the government were, what kind of funding it entailed, what the project, especially if it was directly to the beneficiary, what the design of the project was, and what the beneficiary would gain, and how we wanted the beneficiary to also somehow contribute if he or she did not have the financial power to do so, then give time through the execution of that project. And they were the champions who went around creating that awareness. If I did not have that team, I don't think I would have been able to be as quick in being successful in transforming my village as I did. But coming back to the question that I wanted to pose at you, do any of you know, and while it is a state subject, I'm more familiar with Rajasthan, which is where I'm from. Do any of you know what the honorarium of the elected representatives in the panchayat is, and what the salary of the panchayat secretary, who's a government employee, is? Anyone? Any wild guess?
1,500 to 3,000.
Is for what? The panchayat secretary? For the sarpanch or the ward punch?
Sarpanch.
For the sarpanch? Okay. And what do you think it is for the punch members?
1,200.
1,000 to 1,500. Ah, you wish. And for the panchayat secretary? Pardon me?
25,000?
25,000, much more. So, to put things in perspective, when I first got elected in 2010, it was 3,500 rupees a month for the panchayat sarpanch. That's my position. For the elected representatives, you only get a sitting fee. So if you attend the 2 meetings in a month, it was 75 rupees per meeting, which translates to 150 rupees a month. While a panchayat secretary, the government employee, can get a salary of over 60,000, 75,000 per month. I'm spelling this out for you in the hope that we will understand how skewed that balance, or rather the imbalance, because of something as basic as that which nobody speaks about. And I feel that is terribly unfair. Because yes, I come from a privileged background where my parents were willing to support me financially, so I did not have to worry about money. But majority of the people who are elected and come into such positions do not have that privilege, right? You still have joint families. You have the entire family and so many mouths to feed. You're worried about bringing that bread to the table on a daily basis, especially in an area like mine, which is affected by drought. 2009 was the worst drought my area saw. It's an agrarian economy. There wasn't a grain that could be sown by anyone in the area. So imagine what that must be like. So can you all, as citizens of this nation, use social media if you cannot approach the seniors within the government and our government leaders and ask that question? Because we need voices from the grassroots to be raised. And you and I collectively need to be the champions to do it so that our nation transforms and transforms far more effectively than it is happening today. I'm not saying the government is not doing stuff. It is. But it has its own challenges. And we need to come together to make sure that we bypass and surpass those challenges to make a definite and positive impact, which is easily doable. Just get out there and act upon it rather than sitting in fancy spaces and talking about it. We need to get past it. Sooner the better.
Wonderful. So we've got the action plan as well, right? The call to action. So it has been a wonderful panel to host. And because of lack of time, we would have loved to hear more, ask more questions and pick brains and decide more focused plans. However, I thank each one of you, right from Dr. Shastri, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Sujit ji, Chaveeb ji, and Rajesh ji for giving such amazing insights to us. Thank you so much.
Responsible citizenry and the responsive governance. We extend our heartfelt thanks for making time and share your experiences with us. Once again, thanks for being here. Request Dr. Basaraj to hand over the token of thanks to Dr. Sandeep Shastri, National Coordinator, Lokiniti Network Director, Academics, NITTE Educational Trust. Shri Sujit Kumar, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Upper House, Chairman Committee on Petitions, Rajya Sabha, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. Request Ms. Shilpa to hand over the token of thanks to Mr. Rajesh Kamareddy, VN, Chief Executive Officer, Sanskriti Foundation, Andhra Pradesh. I call upon Ms. Bindu for the next handovering of token of thanks to Ms. Chavi Rajawat, Sarpanch, Soda, Rajasthan. Thank you once again. Request, sorry, yeah, I have just missed out. Pushkar ji. Sorry, once again.
Well, that's okay. I mean, come on, घर की बात है.
It's really there. I request Shilpa to come forward. Mr. Pushkar Gramya. Thank you, Pushkar sir. I'm sorry once again. Yeah.
Wait, sir. There's a program.
Announcement to tell that whoever wants to come to the trip, let them tell the names of the register.
We have another program.
Good afternoon, everybody. So this program is for children of the age group of 5 to 18. It's something to see. So I request, participation. So I have with me Trupti, Gayatri, Bhavani, and Sharda. Okay, they have done the intuition program and they have been practicing. So can I have one volunteer from the crowd, please? Anybody? Yes, sir, please. Sir, I just want you to wear this and tell the crowd after having worn this if you are able to see anything. Yeah? Yeah. Please wear. So can you see something? No. So do you believe that anybody who wears this won't be able to see anything?
No, I don't think.
They won't be able to see, right? Okay, fine. Thank you, sir. All right. So, Trupti, why don't you wear something? Wear your blindfold. Okay, does anybody in the crowd have a visiting card? Anybody? Just hold this. Anybody? Okay, fine. All right. Why don't you come and hand it over to Trupti, please? Just hand it over to Trupti and let's see what happens. Okay, Trupti, here.
Deepak Dhawan, Program Manager. Hans, SEIDEL, Stiftung EV, 4-6 first floor, City Fort Institutional Area, New Delhi, 110049, India. Email dhawan-d@hss.de. Website www.hss.de/India. Telephone +91 -11 -41680408 sorry 0400 -1. Mobile number +91 9560190278.
Sir, is this correct? Whatever she has read? Yes? Thank you so much. Yeah. Can I have one more person from the audience, please? Sharda, can you wear your... One more person. Anybody? Yes, please. Yeah, there is one person coming. Okay, sorry. Yeah, stand here. Can you, describe him, please, Sharda?
Okay, the person standing in front of me is a male. He's wearing a suit. The pant is dark grey in color. His shirt is blackish in color, and his coat is grey in color again. He's wearing an ID card which says G20 Conference Satvik, 11 April to 13th April, and his shoes are black in color. He has a card in his right hand. He is wearing a watch and a bracelet with beads in his left hand, and he has a tie. That's it. Yeah. Okay. Satvik Babu, Karnataka State Lead, Young India Foundation, YIF, C14, Panchsheel Enclave, New Delhi, 110017. There's a QR code in the bottom right, and 1/543 members are under the age of 30, and there is a semicircle with green dots, and the background is black. Yeah.
Thank you. One more volunteer, please. Can you give me the two papers, please? Yeah. Bhavani, please. Okay, one more volunteer, if you don't mind. Do we have a marker or a sketch pen or something of that sort? Yeah? Yeah, you write something and Bhavani is going to reproduce whatever you have done. Okay? Yeah. If you can just take this as a support. Any language, it doesn't matter. Yeah, her question is in which language she is supposed to write. Doesn't matter. Bhavani, how many languages do you know?
6 or 7, yeah.
Acha, which language do you know?
3 or 4. Kannada, Hindi, English, and little bit Tulu.
Does Tulu have a lipi? It doesn't have, right? She knows all the languages. I actually wanted somebody who would write in a language that she doesn't know. Anyways, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, she's going to write something and let's see what happens. yes, yes. She's doing full research. Bhavani, why don't you go and sit next to her? Yeah, next to her. There's a chair next to her, right? Just go and sit over there. Look at the ease with which he's going, okay? Madam, you're writing a letter. Write something. Short and sweet. Yeah, okay. All right, ma'am. Yeah, you can sit next to her. So, Bhavani, this is the blank paper. Okay. What's your observation, ma'am?
Amazing. I can't even write. While writing also. Yeah. Oh my God. Pen is not working.
But I think this is proof enough, right? That she's able to do it. Maybe she can read it. Yeah, Bhavani, why don't you read it out?
The English sentence. Indian culture is to respect all women. I guess this is Kannada and this is Hindi.
Right. Big round of applause, please. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bhavani. Yeah. So this is intuition process. So children learn how to go beyond the 5 senses and access the 6th sense, and that's how they are able to do these various activities. So the major impact of this is that they become more creative. They're able to communicate better. They're able to understand situations better. Oh, Gayatri is there. Yeah. So Gayatri, what shall we do? Get her to do? Does anybody have? Okay, where Gayatri? Why don't you wear your? Is anybody carrying any
to kindly be seated. Let us start the next session. The delegates, the guests, request you all to please be seated. Hope all the chairmen of the yesterday's group discussion are here in the venue already. Let us start this group discussion. Good afternoon to everyone. Hope everyone are happy with the Satvik Ahar of AOL. There are so many happy faces. Okay, let us start this presentation of the group discussions yesterday that we had the round table discussions of 10 themes. We have a 1 hour session of this. We are taking 5 at a time, half an hour each for the group. The first 5 themes, I request the chairpersons to please come on the dais. Mr. Gopinath, CEO, Dhwani Foundation, who was part of Inclusive Democracy. Mr. Mittal Goel, Desai Foundation, who was chairing the group theme, Media and Democracy. Mr. Anjaneya Reddy, President, Flavored K. He was part of the group Decentralization and Local Self-Governance. Savita Sudugudu, CEO, CEO, SVYM, Transparency and Accountability for Strengthening Democracy. Devendra Pai, IIDL, who was part of Youth and Democracy. I request Dr. Basuraj to moderate this discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon all. Ellargu namaskara. Namaste. Okay. Welcome to this afternoon session. I request the teams to face this side. Okay. We are going in this way. Like we had 10 roundtable discussions yesterday. The first 5 will go for 30 minutes. Each presenter is requested to restrict their presentation for 5 minutes. Please, 5 minutes. So then after that, the next groups will come here, make their presentation. Either you can use PowerPoint presentation mode, or you can go reading your declarations or resolutions from your group. But my sincere request is, after this roundtable, you can improvise it and please share it with us so that it will be documented the way you wanted it to be documented and presented. So otherwise we may, our note-taking team may interpret it in a different way. So please do share the written points after that. So to begin with, may I request Gopinath ji to go ahead and present first, because he was the first person to send his presentation yesterday.
Hello. So good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. Our group discussed on women, persons with disabilities and sexual minorities. So what we have is very simple 3 slides.
Hello.
Can you move to the next slide, please? So this is the group members. As you see here, people across India, which is good, and people from different background, which is good. A lot of young people. Can't hear? Mic. Okay. So this is the group we had. I think one name is missing. Mr. Jemmy's name is missing. Sorry, I missed it. So we are 11 people in the group, and as you see, this was a group. Next slide, please. So we went by each subject separately. As you look at here, the first one was women. So the group deliberated on 2 things. One is to see what best practices that already exist across different parts of the country and what could be our recommendation. So as you see, a lot of good practices already exist, which is very nice to notice. It was so nice to see groups gave a lot of examples. Maybe we have not put all the examples here. We will share the detailed examples also in the detailed note. But the good news, as you see towards the right side, there is, sorry, towards your left side, a lot of best practices, starting from political reservation for women, then looking at the presence of political presence, which is very important, group noticed, and there were a lot of examples to see. Even we saw in the panels, a lot of women politically engaged in whole different parts of the country. And we also looked at a lot of investment that's happening on education and livelihood, particularly for young girls, young women in the space of livelihood. SHGs came up very strongly as the sort of a safety net across the country for women, and also looked at how we can see women moving into various jobs, be it army, be it pilots, or be it into various things. So what actually our group looked at is several great examples which already exist. All this has to continue, and there are many recommendations. So as you see, the recommendation is still there is something about inclusion issue. The group felt there is a need to enact and work more towards to see across various fields how can we ensure inclusion in a true sense. And of course, for few occupations still there seems to be hurdles. So how that patriarchal things can be moved and actually made more provisions and more better acceptance. Of soft skills, awareness creation on some of the core things which perhaps can empower women, particularly rural folks. That was another recommendation, mainly on legal awareness, on building on the soft skills, entrepreneurship, those are the other things. And legal protection came very strongly. There is a need to, one, to create awareness, and also to see how there could be a better, stronger system for a legal protection. And workforce, still there is actually one good news, we can see workforce women coming more, but actually there is a lot more to happen after COVID. All of you know it has gone down. So again, the group looked at it, how can we bring more women into the workforce. So collective voice, how there could be more forums for women to actually bring in collective voice. The last one is sensitizing the government system. Mainly our group said particularly judiciary, police and employers community requires more awareness, and they need to be more sensitive so that more inclusion can happen. So these were the key recommendations that group made in the category of women. Move on to the next slide. Coming to persons with disabilities, again you can see a lot of best practices. The good thing, the country has Persons with Disability Act, which has got a lot of provision. And of course, in some part of the country, people also reported that there is a good database available, and easy to track the data today, and some states actually seems to be having a very good system of actually managing data. Other thing, role models do exist in this space. Of course, very small in numbers, but that's an inspiration. So people reported seeing people with disabilities in different positions, different key positions, be it sports, be it politics. So across different spaces, there are role models. So this can be actually used more to enthuse more and more people with disabilities. Infrastructure, though not completely available everywhere, but slowly there is an emerging trend of accessibility, accessible infrastructure coming up in different parts of the country. There are some big schemes that both central government schemes and many state governments also implement good schemes. So there is something called District Disability Rehabilitation Centers, which address about rehabilitation. There is something called District Mental Health Program, looks at issues of people with mental illness, mental health problems. There is a large thing now about UDID cards. Some of these things looks as very interesting and very large schemes to bring people with disability into the mainstream setup. Of course, there are a lot of innovative models. Many examples groups shared about innovative models, both in the civil society space as well as in the government space. So more recommendation. Of course, though inclusion, though we are talking, now the disability in a sense in the government of India has now expanded the definition. It has become now 21 disabilities, and the group felt there is a need to look at more inclusive setup. And there was also debate about people with leprosy. After that, many people becoming people with disabilities, leprosy is not included. So like that, the inclusion is one major thing, still has to happen more and more. And there was a suggestion about single window service provision, because many states reported there's a problem. If I need to get a one disability card, I have to go to a hospital one place, then I have to go to another office to get a signature. How that could be solved? Rural areas require special attention was another key recommendations. So urban areas, maybe there is a different type of setup. Rural area is where more people with disabilities are. So can there be a different type of overall prioritize activities, programs for the rural area? Administration should be much more accountable across the layers, starting from panchayat level to all levels, so that more inclusion and more actually better implementation methods can happen. So capacity building and also working closely with CSOs, NGOs, along with the government can bring a lot more changes. Allocation of budgets. So, and also there was a recommendation, independent ministry at the central level, and many states also don't have it. So that was another key recommendation which can actually bring this segment of population to the complete inclusive setup. The last one, next slide please.
1 minute please, Gopiji.
Next slide. So sexual minorities, of course, we did not have many people in our group to talk about it. So that way we don't know whether we have comprehensively covered everything, may not be is our feeling. So some of the best practices, decriminalization of this whole thing was looked at very positive thing. And the recent Transgender Protection Act is another looked as a very good thing to happen to this community. And some places people reported better statistics, better database, keeping that actually a lot of programs government are doing it. Particularly in Karnataka, a lot of good examples were shared. And legalization of sex workers as a profession in some states, people said that's actually something positive to recognize. May not be across, but some states actually have done it. Media taking active role in actually bringing sexual minority issues is other area our group looked at it. Recommendation, of course, acceptance seems to be a big issue. So the
Gopiji, I request you to look at that screen if possible and face the mic, because getting a message from the online viewers that they are not able to listen to you properly. Or you can, my only request is see the slide, speak using the mic fully.
So I don't know what I should do now. Should I speak to the mic or should I? Yeah, this is just 30 seconds, sir. So one was awareness came as a very big thing because the society awareness completely seems to be completely insensitive. So unless that happens, people getting into this complete inclusion and actually we talking democracy for everybody seems to be an issue. Identity crisis become as a very large problem. So that is another thing group recommended. There should be a measure to see how to resolve this identity crisis. There was a lot of examples. Kerala, somebody shared in our group how they started off a best thing in metro, actually giving job reservations. But actually the people who got the job could not able to actually find houses for rent. Nobody could able to give them houses for rent. Then within 6 months, almost 70% people quit the job because they could not able to just find the place to stay and work. So how that could be solved? Occupation. So that was another thing people recommended. There should be probably government legalizing some of the occupation like sex work, and it become actually licensed version occupation so that it is better, safety net can be developed. Special focus on education, livelihood, particularly for the next generation of their families. So that could be a long-term measure. And sensitization of bureaucracy become in a big way because particularly again people spoke about certain particular departments which needs to be more sensitive. Unless that happens, sexual minority groups continue to struggle a lot. And the last one is special provision of protecting their children, their families through better social security benefits, education, livelihood. So these were the few recommendations that our group made. So thanks to my group members, so a lot of examples, a lot of real experiences they shared, and these are our recommendations, best practice we find. Thank you so much.
That was wonderful, an important group because we need to move towards inclusive democracy, wherein if the most marginalized are included in the democracy, then that is the democracy will thrive and prosper continuously. So now we'll head on to the next important topic, how to ensure accountability and transparency in democracy. May I request Savita, CEO, Swami Vivekananda Youth Movement to present the group thoughts.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, from the group of transparency and accountability, the technology inclusion yet to happen. So we have not come out with any slides or present PPT. So that is one of our recommendation that so the IT infrastructure has to be strengthened. So it was the group discussion was really very democratic. So I'm very thankful to my team members, Harsha Kumar, Chaudappa, Manjunatha, Shauri Reddy, Dr. Satyanarayan, Rajiv Das Gupta from Gram, who was observer there, Dr. Sanjeev, Sunil, and our documentation support, Ojaswini. As I mentioned, everyone really participated in the discussion, and initially we have started our discussion with to understand what is transparency and what is accountability. So finally, unanimously, we all agreed that transparency is nothing but openness in the system. So that is availability of right information at the right time, at the right place to the right people. So accountability is taking responsibility for the same, the performance and the productivity or the result what we produce, so are the outcomes. So here are few our recommendations which we finally agreed upon and listed on. The one thing is that we all agreed that there has to be an effective Gram Sabha or a block level, at ward level or whatever the taluka, ZP level, whatever it is. So, and also there is a need for strengthening these Gram Sabha so that they will then automatically the transparency and accountability will come among the people. So then the creating awareness among these participants, that is nothing but the people. So what is their rights and responsibilities? So then the publishing information on a regular basis at various places, including website or a printed brochures, handout at various public places. So then the inculcate this is one important thing what we also discussed, inculcate the culture of transparency and accountability at the early age. That means inclusion, that part in the school level itself. So anyway, the school cabinet is on. So strengthening those school cabinet, including financial literacy and asking questions, asking for the accountability of these things. So from the early age, if we start to inculcate that culture, so automatically when they become responsible citizen, they'll ask the countrymen. So that is what the thing, that is at the youth level, college, everywhere we wanted to bring that. So then one more thing is integration and strengthening of technology right from Gram Panchayat level, because of dissemination of this information is very important. So, and accessibility is also very important. People should be easily, the information should be easily accessible. So that is one more thing, streamlining and strengthening. So the one more recommendation was using few tools like community radio at a panchayat level. So disseminate information, bring accountability from each and every bureaucrats or even the community. So that is something. So and capacity building of elected members. So about transparency and accountability. So that is one more recommendation. So this is about our group discussion. So beyond that, I am from Swami Vivekananda Youth Movement. So being a CSO, so we are also truly practicing democracy. So right from planning our activity where community is participating, describing their needs, what do they want. So all our programs and projects are designed taking the need from the community. So right from there, budgeting, and then so our budgeting approach is also, it is a bottom-up approach. We never say, so it is a top-down, so you take this budget. So to bring that ownership, and then one thing is owning up and producing result and take the accountability. So bring that right from planning, we practice this. Also there is nowadays, we all know all these trust and NGOs, we have to publish our audited financial statement, whether it is a foreign contribution or a local contribution in our website. But before even a government talking about those things, SVYM was publishing our financial statements in our website from maybe past 20-25 years. So that is the kind of, the morning session also we heard that the before people ask for information, if we provide that, there is really it is very transparent system. So and also I would like to say that we are using community radio as one of the very strong tool to disseminate community voices and also make these bureaucrats accountable. We have this phone-in program.
Yeah.
So in
Savita?
I just
Yeah.
So where the bureaucrats will be asked questions about what they are, we make them to commit certain things, and then as a follow-up call, so these, we are not leaving that. As a follow-up call, they have to say what is the progress of what they have committed in the previous thing. So these are all about what we have also discussed during the thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Savita. That was those important points you made. I'll come to that. So now we'll listen to Devendra Pai. Again, my request, Devendra, 5 minutes.
Put on a timer. Can we have the presentation, please? Good afternoon, everyone. I am Devendra Pai. I represent the Indian Institute of Democratic Leadership. We run a one-year postgraduate program in leadership, politics, and governance. So to begin with, that is the small effort which we are doing from our end to inculcate democratic values amongst the youth and encourage the youth to join the democratic and the political processes. Next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide. Yes. So I'll quickly come to the point. We discussed what are the key issues which we are facing, what are the key challenges when it comes to the youth and the democratic processes. The slide on the problems. Next slide. Yes. No, the previous two slides. Yes. So basically, the first point, but naturally, is the lack of the participation of the youth in terms of participating in democratic processes. When we say democratic processes, we are not just talking about elections. It's being a part of the sabhas, the rallies, their interest in whatever activities are happening around them. Ye kyun hota hai? Why does this happen? Because the youth is more oriented into finance, their own employment, and their growth opportunities, which they don't see anywhere in this democratic framework. They think private sector is the place where we have to be, and it has nothing to do with democracy. Third, like I mentioned, the youth are unaware of the opportunities in democratic space. I mean, even if I indulge in democracy or politics or governance or public policy, where will I go 5 years, 10 years down the line? The youth don't know. Fifth, lack of funding opportunities for CSOs, then lack of awareness about the policies and schemes, the present mindset about the society which has an influence on the youth that politics is dirty, politics is bad, stay away from it. Last but not least, the youth does not like the exploitation of identities, whether it's caste-based identities, religion-based identities, or language-based identities, which is done by political parties for vote bank. So overall, these are certain things which we felt as a group, turns of the youth when it comes to the democratic processes. Next slide. These are the members of the team who contributed in the discussion. Next. So, as a part of our recommendations and solutions, the first and foremost point which we felt was very essential in politics and democracy is to define the age of the youth. The previous slide. So when we say youth, it should not be more than 35 years of age. There cannot be a 45-year-old or a 50-year-old man masquerading as a youth or a young man of India. So that should be very clear. The same slide, keep the slide up. Slide change mat karo. Keep the same slide. Previous slide, previous slide, previous slide. Yeah, keep this slide. Second, we felt that the CSOs should come together and we should work strongly with the election commission of that respective country or the respective state and help them to reach out to the people and create awareness. The problem with election commission in India is that it does not have a permanent secretariat. They have a serious shortage of manpower. So can civil society organizations come together, have a tie-up with the election commission? One such successful operation happened in Maharashtra. It was called as Operation Black Dot. A bunch of youngsters came together, they tied up with the state election commission and created awareness campaigns which led to a substantial increase in the voting percentage in the state. Third, we all are talking about digitization and digital democracy. So can we make use of digital resources to create awareness amongst the youth to increase their participation is something which we have to explore. The fourth point is, having these simulations like the model parliament. And not just stopping at model parliament, but we should have simulations right from model parliament to model municipal corporations to model gram panchayat. Because right now only the model parliaments happen. And there are youngsters who participate. But what about a person staying in a rural area or a village? Or what about even an urban person who can talk about Article 370, Article 377, but is unaware of his local rights, responsibilities and duties? Fifth, we need to find a way to disincentivize or incentivize the voting process. So how can we do it is something which we need to explore. Sixth point which I felt was a major point, that we need to encourage elections in colleges and universities. I mean, how does any orientation of a person happen? It is the college which shapes ideas, whether it's fashion, whether it's eating habits, or whether it's drinking habits. Now, what happens is in most of the universities in this country, student elections are not happening. That is the reason there is absolutely no orientation of the students about the politics and democratic processes. Now, this point goes further when we talk about private colleges which are coming up in India and private universities. Having student unions is banned in most of these private colleges and universities. Yesterday, Rashmi had made a very interesting point that today, only the students who the management feels are right or belong to the ideology of the management are placed in student councils. They are selected and nominated. They are not elected. So we need to introduce student elections, student council elections at universities, colleges, and also make way for such provisions in private colleges and universities. Seventh, again this point had come up during the seminar yesterday, that we need to reduce the minimum age of the person to stand up for elections. If a person can choose a life partner at the age of 21, if a person can choose who I should be voting for, who should be representing me in the parliament at the age of 18, why not at the age of 21 get an opportunity to stand and contest for elections? So this is something which we need to explore. Next slide. Next slide. Ninth, I felt just like we have a reservation system for women, or at least there is a talk of having a 33% reservation for women across the political parties and while distributing tickets, I think we need to also have a 30% or the previous slide, the 30% reservation policy for the youngsters across political parties. And when I say youngsters across political parties, that means in the distribution of tickets, 30% of them should be the youth. Again, when I say youth, they should be under 35 years of the age. Second, we as a part of the civil society, we cannot just ask and shift the blame on the political parties and politicians. It is our responsibility as well. So we propose that 30% of all trustees in a trust should be youngsters, should be below 35 years of the age. Because, yes, last 2 points. We also propose introduction of a compulsory internship fellowship program for all elected representatives, right from the Gram Panchayat level to the members of parliament. We propose allocation of 5% of the total CSR allocation of that particular company for democratic causes. Somehow we should explore if we can come up with democracy incubators. Can we link such things with the social stock exchange which is coming up? The final point.
Slides, please.
So, yeah, so we propose allocation of 5% of the total CSR funds by a certain company for democratic processes. At this note, I conclude the group's deliberations. I especially thank Nikhil Dhage and Narendra Patil sir for putting together this presentation. Last but not least, we all know Abraham Lincoln had famously called democracy as a form of government by the people, of the people, for the people. Of the people, by the people, if they don't exist, the for the people won't exist. So we have to, get our acts together and make this a functional democracy. Lastly, someone rightly said, perhaps democracy might be the worst form of government, but the best one available so far. So thank you, friends.
Thank you. Thank you. May I request Mittalji? My request to all the presenters, please directly get into the suggestions and recommendations, not deliberations, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi. So like Savita ji rightly said that enough of media since morning, since yesterday. In fact, 99% of you sitting here use 100% media all the time. So we have not created any slides so that you can hear the real human here, and so that you are more focused on the declarations that our team has made. I especially want to thank our team, Saraswati ji, Dr. Anand, Pushkar ji, Praveen, Ranjit ji, Ganapati, Pavan, Rivanna and Anushka for joining the group. They can just wave their hands because of course we have not put in the picture on slides. So if they want to just wave their hands. Yeah, I mean, this morning I decided to say that 100% of you sitting here use 100% media, but when Sir Jaganananda said that he is not good at social media, I decided to drop 1%, so that I said 99% of you sitting here use 100% media. So, yeah. Certainly, media and democracy are important issue in India and a country with such a vibrant media landscape and complex democratic system. We definitely should come out with some declarations that helps to strengthen and regulate the media the way we have come out with the kind of presentations and platforms, the media platforms has been used nowadays. So our team had a really kind of, like we wanted to, in fact, 1 hour was less for us and we wanted to spend like 1.5 hours to discuss about media and democracy. I was very surprised that everybody wants to use media, but we had the least number of members at our table for media and democracy, so that was very surprising. I'll head back to the declarations that our team has suggested. First is that there is a need to promote media literacy to all the Gram Panchayats, not in one way but in two ways. First is that they need to be trained on how to upload the content on social media so that there is more clarity about the issues that the communities face on ground at grassroots level. And the second is that people out there at grassroots level might not have skills to evaluate and critically think about the content that they are consuming. So maybe we need to create a regulation or something we need to promote where we train the grassroots level or panchayats on consuming the content and uploading the content through social media platforms. So that's one. Second is that there is a need to be regulate media to cover the fixed number of portions. Like you must have heard that they are very selective content that you will see on social media platform, digital media, television, radio, because of course they also have to survive economically and financially they also need support. So they are very selective in their content. So what we propose here as a policy is that there need to be regulate a certain number of portion on their platform that give a special attention to grassroots level issues. That can be 5%, 7%, like CSR. They are mandated to give 2% of their profit to corporate social responsibility, right? So that's how we should be also doing something where media is regulated to compulsory given some portion and some percentage of their content through their platform to cover the community, the real community issues, so that we are not losing anything, the real problems, the genuine content that has to come out. So that's second. Third is the sensitization of media needs to be taken into serious consideration, because we have seen and we are constantly seeing even every day that they are very, there is very selective journalism that we have been seeing on all the media platforms. So to bring the genuine and real issues, media needs to have some education, some sensitization on what they present to the entire audience who watch their shows or their content. So there needs to be sensitization or educational programs for media perhaps that helps the other part of India. The fourth one is that media houses needs to pursue and follow the ethical standards to ensure the unbiased reporting. Because you must have seen that where there is money, there is news, right? And everybody, in fact, yesterday when we were discussing, they were saying whoever pay them, they report the news of that particular group. And nowadays, media is totally into corporate hands. They advertise corporates, political party perhaps. So these kind of content is, of course, they need to be financially sustainable. So I understand that that's important, but they also have to be very ethical and unbiased when they report anything on media. So that's one thing that we need to pay attention to. Fifth one is that...
Last 1 minute, please. Yeah.
Fifth one is that with the increasing use of electronic and digital media, you know that India is ruling the globe in terms of using Instagram, Facebook, even mobile phone. So there is a need to ensure that whatever content is being uploaded and shared, people of India, the citizens of India needs to feel very safe. The privacy of the people needs to be ensured. The community conflicts, the religious, the political conflicts can be avoided if there is a proper guideline is made for what to upload and what to not. Of course, we are a democratic country, so we cannot 100% control everything. But there has to be some agency or gatekeeper that helps this social media and other platforms to make sure that we are not misusing the content that is being uploaded, and that can avoid many community conflicts and can give more visibility to other things that needs to be reported. So that is all from my group, and thank you so much for this platform. I think it was a great experience for me as well to be here and share this with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, Anjaney sir. Yeah.
My group. So my group is decentralization and local self-governance. So in my group there are overall participated myself Anjaney Reddy, Narayanappa Prakruti, Raju from.
So please go to the resolution, sir.
Prarthana, Katyayini, Badrish, Umesh, Mahesh Chandra Guru, Varshita, Shahid and Sarvana. So there are 11 people who are there in the group and discussed about decentralization and local self-governance. We all know the essence of democracy depends on decentralization and local self-governance. The purpose of democracy brought in India to give more power to the community of people at the grassroots level. This Panchayat Raj Act has given a specific roles, functions and responsibilities, and adding to that 73rd and 74th amendment has given more power to this decentralization and local governance by introducing 11th schedule with 29 functions and 12th schedule with 18 functions. The Gram and Ward Sabha is a core function of the Panchayat Raj to select the right beneficiaries for the programs. Though it is a non-politic group, but it acts like party groups. The panchayats doesn't have control over the resources. There are departments who are controlling the resources which exist in the particular panchayats. There are lacunas in creating parallel system like village forest committees, EDCs, BDCs, etc., which will own their resources more than panchayats, which need to be looked into as recommendation. Not clear about the different roles and functions at different levels of panchayats. And the government of India need to bring, now at present each state has their own separate law on panchayats, which is not mandatory, it is state direct policy. So we recommend to bring a uniform policy at the national level to function these panchayats. Though there is a subcommittees formed in each panchayat which is not practically functioning. So we recommend strongly to make it function. There are more than 29 departments, Each department will do their own activities, which at grassroots level, the common people or common person are not getting a data. So we recommend one India, one data cell at panchayat level. They should get at the fingertip all the data related to their particular village or panchayat or state of developmental activities. We recommend to introduce social audit of which has to be given. Though it is there, it is not fully practiced. So that has to be brought in. Though GDPD has been introduced, most of the states have not been practiced. So this has to be made mandatory. Most of the elected members at
Sir, time up. Time.
and 2 levels, they are lacking digital literacy, so that has to be given more focus. The budget allocation in few states, there are very clear which panchayat and which village is getting what allocation. But in some states, there is no clarity. Even at panchayat level, block level or district level, it is not been properly given allocations. So the financial management system at the panchayat level is not very, very clear. So a lot of system need to be introduced. The uniform system and policy need to be brought in. So I think, decentralization and local self-governance, there is a practical problem that most of the time the officials at the panchayat level have the more role than the panchayat members. So this need to be looked. So these are all the important points which have been discussed in our group. So thank you giving an opportunity.
Thank you.
To make
Thank
a
you.
presentation.
Thank you so much. All the esteemed chairpersons of the round table, pardon us for pushing you on time because we want to conclude and also give a fair chance to next 5 presenters. We'll conclude later. As requested earlier, can you please share your points in an email or in a Word document, whichever you're comfortable, for proper documentation. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Devdas is
We have a
abolished,
small
but sexual minorities.
note
Thank you. Thank you so much.
for taking the responsibility of the team, representing your team. Thank you very much. ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್ ಗೋಪಿನಾಥ್ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಪಿತ್ ಗೋಪಿನಾಥ್ ಸರ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. I would request the next chairpersons to be ready. Mr. Shivkumar Menon from Janagraha, who had represented strengthening civil society for developing democracy, role of the state. So Chitesh Pandey is representing Shivkumar Menon now. Bhavin Dinesh Pandya, CII, YI. He is representing the group Digital Democracy, Leveraging Technology for Delivering Democracy. Mukesh Kumar Sharma, Executive Director, PSI India. He is representing the team Jan Bhagidhari, People's Committee for Delivering Democracy. Mr. Rahul Bharadwaj from Bal Vikas. The theme was effective functioning of democratic institutions. Mr. Shubhashish Chakraborty from Aditya Birla Foundation, from the group Democratic Practices and Issues in Jati Community.
Okay, thank you. In democracy, it also sometimes happens that somebody else pay the cost of somebody else either mistake or delay. As moderator, I made a mistake of not managing the time properly. So may I request this group to directly focus on resolutions and recommendation instead of going through the group deliberation, group members, etc. Use the time effectively and let us do it in 3 minutes. Our valedictory panelists have already arrived. Let's go with Rahul Bharadwaj.
Hi, good afternoon. So we looked at the effective functioning and what recommendations we can make for more effective functioning of democratic institutions. In terms of the democratic institutions, we chose all the elected bodies. For example, Panchayati Raj institutions, the legislative assemblies and parliament. So I'll jump straight into the prop challenges that we had identified. So we by and large, we kind of agreed as a group that the reservation and of constituencies for different minorities, for different marginalized sections of the society, so that is pretty much in place. So objective or intent wise, the job has been done. Now let us look at why it is not implemented effectively. So what we have seen is that the diversity, that is richness of India, is also leading to a lot of conflicts. So there is a conflict within the communities and there are conflicts between the communities. So how do we manage that conflict? Then there is ineffectiveness in administration. We have to consider the point that we were ruled to a large extent or for the longer period of time by Britishers, and then they implemented the systems which enabled them to rule and control our resources from England. And that was the day when there were no communications or quick communications possible. So the process that we inherited, the legacies that we inherited, or we now call them bureaucracy or bureaucratic processes, this is from there and that will take some time. So that's what we were. Corruption, obviously, because of privileged haves and not haves, corruption is an inherent part. Lack of intrinsic motivation. Role of one and ruled by another, that was specifically pointed where we have women parliamentarians or sarpanches, but we do have a setup or system of Pradhan Pati or Pradhan Sarpanch taking over. The women is only for the sake of checking the box, but the actual job is being done by the husband or the other members. Lack of people's participation in decision making, so that is another issue. And then lack of role model. So what is the role model that the elected representatives think? So once we elect them, what kind of role model do they have in their minds when they get onto the job? And then lack of trust and well-being. So these were certainly issues. Some of them are issues, some of them are symptoms of more deeper issues, but we included everything that came during the discussions. So what we think should be the solution and what we think should go into the document that ultimately should be produced should be a very strong focus on skilling and reskilling of elected members. Whether they are sarpanches, whether there are Jila Parishad chairmen or MLAs or MPs, there has to be a repeated training, sensitization and skilling in place. And that has to be moderated or administered by CSOs. So organizations like us should play that role in empowering and making our elected representatives more skilled in their job. We also discussed that there should be peer learning platforms. So it could be in the form of
Please, time. Yeah.
It's done.
Done.
Okay. So, though two points that we want to particularly highlight were that the transparency in budget and allocation of expenses that has been covered quite a bit on this platform in earlier sessions. So we could not change it. So that is there, maybe a repetition, but that is there. And then we thought of something that what about the performance management and measurement of elected representatives? So how should that be included, and should that be included to make them more accountable? So I think given the paucity of time and nudge by Mr. Raju, I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for understanding, Rahulji. So now we'll go with Shubhashish.
Namaste, everyone. So, I am not representing any company here, as Usha ji said that Aditya Birla Foundation. I work with Aditya Birlas, I work with Tatas also, but there's a disclaimer, I work for my company. Not for my company, but for my nation. So I am here, I am representing my soul here, which has mostly stayed in tribal heartlands. So I was very privileged to be in a group where I learnt a lot, and this comprises of Dr. Venkatesh, Sachin Dhande ji, Sriniket Dhande, Vijaya Singh ji, Viresh, Kanchan Gowda, Meher.
Sir, please go to the resolution, sir, please.
Yeah, so there is a 100-meter race, and we tribals, we are into story time now. So we undo this topic. The topic was, and through voting we undid this, the topic was democratic practices and issues in Janjati community. So now I want to remove that issue from the topic, and the topic goes like democratic practices among tribal communities and issues in the modern world. So I am reminded of a very great verses from a song. वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे पर दुखे उपकार करे तोए मन अभिमान ना आने रे. These are verses from a song which was very dear to Mahatma Gandhi, and it means God loves those who know the pain of others, does good to others without letting pride enter their mind. So for us, democracy is love, democracy is peace, democracy is inclusion. And I have experienced that love, that empowerment, that enrichment many a times in my life. So there are umpteen number of stories. I'm just picking up one for this deliberation today. So Jharkhand has always provided me with the opportunities to work for the rural and tribal communities. So I had undertaken an initiative of collecting old notebooks and books and distributing it to the community and making libraries there. So 11 libraries were opened there. So when children used to come, we had library sessions, but they never enjoyed those sessions. They wanted to dash out of the library. So I asked them, what do you like? They said, I like dancing chow and playing cricket. So we thought that let us make chow as a medium. You know, let us use chow to bring all the government schemes to the doorsteps. So we found chow gurus, and they were sent to the schools, and children were learning chow. And through chow, we changed the narrative. We started talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat. We started talking about Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. We danced door to door, talking on corona prevention and support. So it is noteworthy that that's the first village in the country to become corona free. That's the first village in the country to have 100% vaccination done. And there are 50 children, those who are learning chow. And because of chow, now the sarpanch of that place is also...
You have to please come to the resolution, and one last 30 seconds.
So the recommendation is only inclusion. That is only going to help us. And because the issues are with the modern life, issues are not with the tribal community. So I also wanted my team to speak one line if at all they want to.
Please, please, don't change the format. Please speak from the dais. Please don't change.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I now request Bhavin to present his thoughts.
Okay, am I audible? Yeah. Right, thank you, Dr. Baswaraju and the grant team. We had a wonderful discussion yesterday. If we can have just the slides up. A complete diverse team. We spoke about leveraging technology for delivering democracy. As we all know, technology is a good enabler as well, and a tool is as good as its master. So we've seen the good uses of technology. We've also had, if we can go a couple of slides behind, we've had the other side of, seen the other side of technology as well. We've had a diverse team that represented across India. And moving on to the next slide, we discussed basically on 3 points. How can digital democracy be used to facilitate more meaningful and informed public debates and questions? How can we as urban people and digital natives participate and contribute? And finally, what is the role of social media? What this did kind of result in was the next, if you can go to the next slide please. Totally 8 points we came up with. One is awareness. We've got to increase the awareness, overall increase the awareness on the digital usage, because otherwise it will kind of lead to the last point that we've mentioned, which is having digital equity, not having awareness. Come out with a platform, and the platform to have a better awareness around the schemes that are there. Basically have, by just having my Aadhaar number, can citizens of India get to know what they are eligible for based on their PAN number and Aadhaar that's already linked. There would be policies that can be shared with the citizens of India. Apart from that, have a structured platform for dialogues between the elected members of the constituencies or members of parliament. Another thing that did come up was having security built into the design, primarily because security remains as an afterthought when we are building technology. So it's important to build security into the design of whatever we are doing digitally and ensure that people's confidence is there. The fifth one that we had was accountability, because today, when it comes to technology, individuals are anonymous and they can post whatever they want. It's important to get an accountability either by creating accounts that are either linked to Aadhaar or unique ID that can actually facilitate accountable discussions, and we don't want to be talking to anonymous people. Finally, authenticity, and also kind of getting up with regulatory information or a framework which can kind of drive this. And last point I did cover, which was to have digital equity to ensure that there is a participation from citizens across the board. So those were some of the thoughts that we had. So I'd like to thank the team for their thoughts. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for completing in time. I go to Sharma sir.
Good afternoon, and thanks to the organizer for putting Jan Bhagidari and citizen partnership in democracy. So I will not take the name of the group because of the time constraint, but thanks to all the group members for a great discussion. And I must mention that it was a very vibrant group, and we have a young citizen were there in the group. And we must not forget that 41% of the country population is below 20 years of age. So when we will be celebrating our 100th year of independence, this age group is going to play a very critical role, and we keep all these things in mind when we were discussing our Jan Bhagidari and citizen partnership participation topic. So jumping to the recommendations and suggestions which group came up with very specific words and sentences. So I'm going to read that as it is the group decided. The first recommendation is Jan citizen must be equipped with information, knowledge and education, and they should not be caged at any level. Jan Bhagidari with civil society can help making this mandatory by government. So this Jan Bhagidari with the civil society is very important in the current context. The second recommendation is creating the platform to ensure citizen partnership in policy making process. This platform is very much essential. States and cities are unique, and these unique challenges, their unique challenges, opportunities should be incorporated by government through these platforms. So these unique cities and states should have those suggestions to meet up with the challenges has to be part of the policy. Government should not be only a provider, but also act as enabler and facilitator to focus on community ownership. Civil societies can again play a big role to connect communities with the government policies, and can play a big role in democracy and democratic system of the country. Government should introduce a mechanism to have community audit or use of resources provided by system for development. All the committees, including Gram Sabha, ward committees, and there are so many committees, should be made more accountable by government by providing and having community ownership on these committees. Government should come up with a mechanism to take discussions and opinion of citizens and incorporate the required suggestions in policy making. So if community members are coming up with the challenges and opportunities, they have to be heard, and their voices have to be included in the policy and decision making forums. Civil societies with government to give power to self-help group, families, any other committees and groups, and they have to be make more contributor and to own the development. So that has to be also done from the bottom to up and up to bottom approach. All government programs and resources should be audited or verified by citizens, which will efficiently and effectively promote the public welfare. So there will be the ownership of the community, and they will be contributing more towards the democracy and democratic process of the country. This
Sir?
has to be a demand
Time, please. Yeah.
Yeah, just last line here. So with these discussions, there are 2-3 more points. Just I will take half a minute. Local problem can be resolved at the local level with speed and quality, and government to give great autonomy to local committees. That is very important in current situation, considering scale and geography of our country. And group ended with this line: there has to be a system by government where citizen must be equipped with information, knowledge and education, and these aspects or elements should not be caged at any level. By simplifying the existing processes for ensuring Jan Bhagidari, keeping last mile population in mind. Two things that we have to keep in mind: we have to make all invisible visible, and we have to learn to listen and listen to learn. These are the critical elements of the Jan Bhagidari. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So last but not the least, Jitesh Pandey. So quickly to your resolutions, please.
Am I audible? Am I audible? ठीक है. So I am last but not the least, definitely. So ये कारवां, ये बातचीत, ये platform चलते रहना चाहिए. Are you guys with me? Can you raise your hand at least? Yes? From backside, yes? Okay. So I just wanted to share a small example from our yesterday discussion where we all are aligned with this particular example. I wanted to share it in Hindi because ये example जो है वो उसी जगह से आता है. तो बिहार का एक छोटा सा गांव है कटिहार. वहाँ पे एक शिक्षक के साथ एक एनजीओ का एक मेंबर जाता है बातचीत करने के लिए कि हम लोग वहाँ पे इंटरवेंशन स्टार्ट करना चाहते हैं. तो वो जो प्रिंसिपल होता है, वो जो शिक्षक होता है, वो उस एनजीओ के बंदे के साथ ये बात करता है कि साहब आप ये बताइए कि आपका एजेंडा क्या है, आपका गोल क्या है. हमारा गोल ये है कि हम स्टूडेंट के लर्निंग आउटकम को बढ़ाना चाहते हैं. सो दिस इज माय गोल, दिस इज माय एजेंडा, दैट्स व्हाई वी ऑल आर हियर. सर इसी गोल और इसी एजेंडा के साथ 6 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इस स्कूल में आती है और सब लोग डिफरेंट तरीके से इसी काम को करते हैं. और इसके बाद ये क्वेश्चन उठता है, इज दिस द चैलेंज? Is this the challenge? Yes, is this the challenge? So that's why my topic is strengthening the strengthening civil societies in deepening democracy role of a state. So before discussing the role of a state, we need to discuss what is our role as a civil society. Definitely, state का तो role है ही, but as a civil society, हमारे भी बहुत सारे role हैं. So we believe that this is the hard time to positioning ourselves in the society in a different manner. We need to transform ourselves. You need to understand the ground realities. And we need to understand how to collaborate, how to partner, how to learn from each other. There are lots of experienced organizations in this domain. Why we compete with those organizations? Why not to shake hands and learn with each other and then create some consortium, some platform where we can build a uniqueness. So this is the one thing. So we already discussed on the role of a state, what are the recommendations that we all are agreed with. So we agreed with that government should recognize civil society as a valuable partner. This is the one thing in governance and should work in the collaboration with NGOs for the betterment of society. Inclusiveness should be a key factor in policy making, and that government should ensure that diverse opinions from the citizens are considered while formulating policies. And in this context, civil society played a vital role. The government should conduct a stakeholder awareness program in collaboration with NGOs to increase awareness of citizens' rights and duties and encourage their participation in decision-making processes. Education and engagement of youth should be priority among the NGOs and the government as well, should play an active role in this particular process. The government should encourage and incentivize participation of the citizens, not in the monetary form, in some other form, so that we can make them capable enough to take and participate in the decision-making process. There should be a streamlined approach to avoid duplication of efforts among NGOs, and the government should establish a separate ministry to monitor and regulate the activities of civil societies. The government should conduct need analysis to understand the specific needs of society on ground levels and work with NGOs to address the needs. The government should focus on strengthening civil society, should conduct pre and post states to ensure that the plan of action is working. The last recommendation, but not the least, there should be a focus on promoting and utilizing modern technology, as we all discussed more about the digitalization, digital technology, and digital resources to cater to youth and have the decision-making process more accessible and inclusive to them. Thank you. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jitesh ji. It was an excellent exercise yesterday. All the 200 delegates nearly participated in 10 different roundtables, and what the presenters are doing today is presenting those 200 voices through these platforms. And as requested, my sincere request is to give those 10 bulleted points from your roundtables so that we can take it in the complete letter and spirit to the policy documents. And I'm not going to take time for moderators' note now. We'll take it in the valedictory sessions. Thank you so much, not only to these chairpersons who presented and represented you, but all of you yesterday till late evening who sat through these processes and gave your thoughts and recommendations. Thank you all. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you.
We have the valedictory function in another 5 minutes. Request Shastri ma'am to take over the program.
Good evening, everyone. This part of the event marks the close to the two-day international conference, the beginning of a new chapter to delivering democracy. These 2 days have been enlightening, exhilarating, and entertaining, something very memorable to everyone who participated in this conference. I'm Shastri from Gram, and it's my honor and privilege to be with all of you this evening. Well aligned to the theme of delivering democracy, retrospect and prospect, we have lived the key principles of people participation, deliberation and deliberation during this conference. The conference is also a true demonstration of faith in people power, the ability to come together, to share, to listen, deliberate, reflect, and to set inspiring examples to the world. Today with us in the valedictory panel, we have an esteemed panel of accomplished speakers. Chairing this part of the event is Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe ji, former member of the Rajya Sabha and President of the Indian Council for Cultural Research. A graduate in English literature and a PhD in political science, Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe ji is a nationalist, a social worker at heart, a research student of political science, a trainer in democracy by profession, and was a parliamentarian by elevation. This is something that I picked up from his own website. Joining him, chairing as a guest of honor this evening is Harsh Chauhan ji, someone who has dedicated his entire life for the upliftment of Janjati community. Other dignitaries on the stage, Mrs. Usha Subramaniam, Sri Darsh Hathi, and Dr. Basavaraju R. Shrestha. We would start this evening's valedictory function with a quick preview of what happened over the last 2 days. Can I request the AV team to please bring up the video? Sorry, I missed our Su Sherpa, Dr. Kiran, sorry, Mr. Kiranji. I thought he's not in the audience right now. Sorry about that. Can you bring up the AV, please?
Laws like Panchayati Raj, it gives opportunities to women to rise, to work, to function.
And that I think is what we have to build. That's the kind of country that I would like to dream of. And I hope that you will join me in that dream. I hope that dream is worth achieving as a country. A country where we can all be of service to each other. Thank you.
Civic education, and then development education. If they can be all put into a triangle, that is a wonderful menu for a futuristic civil society working.
Now, I see that young India today in towns and cities being the ones which will be at the cusp of change as we
just get out there and act upon it rather than sitting in fancy spaces and talking about it. We need to get past it. Sooner the better.
That was a very good compilation by the student interns of the civil society student. Thank you, guys. So there has been a whole lot of, as I said, deliberation, discussion, reflection, and listening over the last 2 days, and I'm so sure there's going to be a lot of snowballing effect of this in the days to come. May I request upon Dr. Basavaraju R. Shrestha, the National Coordinator for the Working Group Delivering Democracy, to help us summarize the proceedings of the last 2 days and share with us the way forward. Basavaraju R. Shrestha, please.
Thank you so much, Jayashri, and special thanks to our student interns who have made this. I didn't even expect that even up till the last panel, all these visuals and the speeches. So they have done this in almost no time. Thanks to them. It's our privilege to have the presence of Shri Vinay Sahasrabuddheji. Firstly, he is the patron of C20, Civil 20 in India under G20. He is also a chairperson of ICCR, a former Rajya Sabha member, a civil society professional, and more importantly, a guide, a mentor to all of us in the civil society movement. Thank you, Vinayji, for taking time to come all the way from Mumbai. Not only Mumbai, in these days he's traveling various cities every alternative day, and he has made a point. And friends, I must also say that he is the person who gave the title for this working group, Delivering Democracy, Retrospect and Prospect. And we have kept that as a mantra to do all our activities. Vinayji, as you said, the 3 P's we have kept: partner, participate, and promote. Those is the complete guiding principles for this working group. Thank you so much for guiding us through that. Now, I also take this opportunity to welcome Shri Harsh Chauhanji, who has been a constant supporter. So you have heard him yesterday, his dedication, his work through Project Shoganga. So now, which is also at the national level as a chairperson of National Commission for Scheduled Tribe, he is spearheading the empowerment and strengthening of scheduled tribes in India. Thank you, Harshji. We have the presence of Shri Darshak Hathiji, who is the president of International Association for Human Values, Geneva, and also International Director, Art of Living Foundation. And you are experiencing the hospitality, the kindness, the activities of Art of Living from the last 2 days. And I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the gracious and kind support of Art of Living in all this, on hosting this conference. And we have the presence of Mrs. Usha Subramaniam, who is representing Hans Sedal Foundation from New Delhi. So welcome you, ma'am, for this session. Who have been a partner in organizing all these events and activities. I also take this opportunity to welcome our own Shri D.M. Kiranji, who is a Sous-Sherpa of Civil 20, has been with us from last 4 days here, guiding us, supporting us, mentoring us in organizing this conference completely. I also take this opportunity to welcome each one of you, all my fraternity from civil society organization across country, for your active and engaged participation throughout last 2 days. And for this valedictory session, I welcome you all. I welcome all the supporters who have been working for this conference directly and indirectly in the last 3-4 days. Friends, before taking you through quickly the last 2 days highlights of this conference, I would like to remember a quote by Ronald Reagan. He says, and I quote, "Democracy is worth dying for because it is the most deeply honorable form of government ever devised by man." If something is worth dying for, it is democracy, he says actually. If development is an engine governance and democracy is something like a piston in that engine. No matter how beautifully your development vision could be, a bad governance can screw it up, and hence it is important to keep democracy is worth dying for, because it's the most deeply honorable government ever devised, as Ronald Reagan said actually. So friends, as in this working group, strengthening and delivering democracy, we are not just trying to host some conferences and have some deliberations and end our role and responsibility here. And we at this working group consider this as a movement just begun now, and G20 and Civil 20 is an opportunity for us to initiate this momentum. Through this working group activities, as we discussed in the last 2 days, we will be taking G20 to Panchayat 20, wherein the round tables will be conducted, including Panchayat member, grassroots professionals. We are touching youth participation. You have heard there is lack of scope, lack of participation, lack of opportunity and platform for the youth. Hence, we have come out with a campaign called Campus 20. We will be reaching thousands of youth through this platform, and then trying to inculcate the practice of having a democracy day, a democracy campaign in each university. As it is, the electoral literacy club is mandatory to have in each colleges, but we know how many colleges has got electoral literacy club active in each colleges. So this is an opportunity to reach them. Similarly, to understand ourselves how India is mother of democracy, we have launched a campaign, the Shades of Indian Democracy, through which we are trying to understand the existence of democracy in our history of India, in the evolution of India, right, even in the kingdom times. So all these campaigns, so in participation with civil society, we are taking it to delivering democracy. Democracy is not just to discuss, but it is to deliver. Ultimately, democratization of development is required to happen. So in the last 2 days, friends, I would like to start with what Shri Gurudev Ravi Shankar ji said yesterday. He said actually, give attention to the importance of human values, without which democracy cannot thrive or function. He said, in these trying times, we must all come to each other's help and make peoples have faith in order of truth and the road to prosperity. It all started, in fact, yesterday, Ritu Kanduruji said it wonderfully. Women have demonstrated their unique contribution in public affairs, including Panchayati Raj, and such participation should be encouraged and further strengthened. In the first panel, importantly, we discussed about many young people are disengaged from politics, but they must take an active role in shaping policies. There is a need to engage young people in democratic processes beyond voting. Tools such as sports, music, dance, and theater can be used to foster young people's leadership and decision-making abilities. Technology should be used to increase youth participation in democratic processes. For example, social media platforms can be used to facilitate dialogue between young people and elected officials, while online voting system can make it easier for young people to exercise their right to vote. However, technology alone cannot solve the problem of youth disengagement from politics. It is crucial to address the underlying social and economic barriers that prevent young people from vulnerable section from participating in democratic processes. In the panel 2, People Participation and Grassroots Democracy, we majorly discussed on it generated insights on the intrinsic democratic ethos of the tribal communities, which is characterized by consensus-based decision-making, respect for freedom of all, harmony, community ownership, and gender equality, which can serve as an example for strengthening democracy. Digital democracy has enabled access, inclusion, and empowerment, and has helped to strengthen democracy initiatives such as JAM, UPI, and mygov.in have helped make government services accessible to the last mile. And We are not only in the Amrit Kal of independence, but also in the Amrit Kal of citizen participation. Karnataka has adopted innovations in grassroots democracy and people's participation, such as habitation sabhas. There are variations in these activeness of Gram Sabhas which can be addressed through capacity building by civil society organizations. In the third panel, strengthening and deepening democracy, we discussed democracy is realized when an assetless person is able to question the system and seek accountability, as Jagadanandji said. Civil society has played an important role in bringing about transparency laws and many such legislation that have helped to bolster India's democracy. Gram Sabhas at the village level can be the driving force for deepening democracy. Social accountability can be enhanced through the use of citizen report cards, which gave citizens to voice in assessing the performance of public institutions. Democracy is strengthened through the democratic empowerment of the most vulnerable sections of society. For example, through voter education and awareness of specially abled individuals. Seva Bhav, an intrinsic value taught to every single citizen of our country, is closely connected to the spirit of Indian democracy and should not be forgotten in today's day and age. Finally, in the responsible citizenry and responsive governance, we discussed on the requirement of attention to Atmanirbhar Bharat and Mahatwakankshi Bharat. India's strength lies in its small towns and cities which are full of aspirational leaders. Bringing people together is a major challenge in democracy. For instance, urban residents are often lacking interest in civic issues and holding their local representatives accountable. Citizens should be cast their vote, not vote their castes. I repeat, in the panel we discussed cast their votes, not vote their castes, to become responsible citizens. The strengthened panchayats, there is a need to re-examine the importance given to and the resources that are allocated for elected panchayat representatives. For instance, elected panchayat representatives are paid a meager honorarium compared to the salary given to the panchayat secretaries. All these, there are much more thoughts and ideas emerged in these panel discussions, but I'm only sharing the highlights. And you have also witnessed what other 200 people also voiced out here, those were represented by the respective chairpersons and presented in this platform. I would say, what I learned in one line, if I have to say about this conference, the solidarity in action. If civil society now, as we said in the inaugural panel, we consider ourselves as either you call it as a fourth pillar or fifth pillar of democracy. So we become catalyst. We are required to, in these ages, play the role of catalyst to expedite the process of reaching development to the last mile. We have to play the role of catalyst to deepen and strengthen democracy, work in shoulder, work hand in hand with the government to deliver the democracy and make a democracy a constant and continuous movement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Basavarajuji, for the brief summarization of the two-day event. Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhiji has been the inspiration for this particular theme on delivering democracy. May I request you to please speak to the audience on the focus area of this session, Delivering Democracy, Retrospect and Prospect. Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhiji.
In a spiritual environment like this, may I propose we start with Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. There will be some peace of mind within and without as well. So let's say Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Shanti Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. I'm a practicing politician, so normally I would have said let's have Bharat Mata Ki Jai or Vande Mataram, but then that would have brought a little different color to the entire thing, which is why I said perhaps let us start with Om Shanti Shanti. Other reason being that I am witnessing a bit too much of democracy in this hall itself. I mean, while the gadgets have given us the ability to bring Puri Duniya Muthi Mein, our own internal dunya seems to be out of control, which is why most of us are surfing on the internet using our gadgets. And that in a way is a little too much of democracy, which is why I thought perhaps I may attract your attention over here. So thanks for joining the Om Shanti Shanti. Dignitaries present on the dais, Honorable Shri Harsh Chauhan ji, Chairman of the National Commission for Scheduled Caste, our Basavaraj ji, who has been leading this particular initiative, who is the Executive Director of the GRAM, Ms. Usha Subramanian ji, Shri Darshak Hathi ji, and dignitaries present in the audience, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Democracy is something about which we talk endlessly. And last 2 days, I'm sure there have been very passionate discussions, debates, points and counterpoints. And I'm happy a brilliant kind of product out of the deliberations that has emerged, and some glimpses of which were presented over here. So one thing is very sure, that all of us want democracy to be sustained and want democracy to be delivering as well. And this particular thing is also extremely critical, because today we are living in times where the popular confidence in the very idea of democracy is under some threat. If we look at the global scenario, what we come across, I mean, in various countries, and by this time many of you who are especially researchers in political science and social sciences must have heard the name of the famous Pew Research Institute in America, and they come out with their reports. Many a times people challenge their outcomes as well, but still there is some amount of credibility to the research reports coming out from this institution. And in one of their latest reports, it is said that in 34 countries at least, when they conducted this research, 64% of the people they found are unhappy about their elected representatives. I mean, these are the elected representatives elected by the people themselves. And having elected, there is some kind of element of repentance. Why did we elect him or her? And therefore, they are not happy. 52% of the surveyed people said that we are unhappy about the idea of democracy itself. While in many countries in the West, people who are not enthusiastic about voting, who are fed up with the political one-upmanship, who are extremely disgruntled at the very idea of democracy because the way it is being implemented. As against that, in India we find, and the same research tells us, that 70% of people are happy about the democracy here and also the elected representatives that they have elected. So this contrast is very remarkable, and we need to look into why people in many countries globally are associated with an idea. It's something nobody can oppose to. I mean, even those countries, and we know many of them, who are not genuine democracies, they call themselves as People's Republic, blah, blah, blah. Why? Because they know that the market is that of democracy. So, the title that they adopt for reference to their country has an element of democracy or republicanism or something of that kind in it. Unfortunately, they do not adhere to the basic elements of democracy. Many people have tried to define democracy and also have tried to kind of come out with the limitations of democracy, what exactly democracy and why exactly democracy fails. So all these things are around, and there are huge amount of research documents available on the internet also and in libraries as well. And I'm sure many of you must have already kind of referred to them, scanned through them. But the fact remains, and this is not just my interpretation, but globally, those who are researching into political science and democracy are now convinced that unless and until we deliberate upon the very idea of democracy and how to make it a delivering democracy, democracy cannot be guaranteed. Because the acceptability of democracy is growing. I mean, post Second World War, when there was a discussion whether India would afford democracy, and we know what kind of comments came from the British leaders at that point of time, more particularly Winston Churchill, former Prime Minister at that time of Great Britain. But today, when East Timor, one of the newborn countries, when they got independence, nobody talked about whether they can deal with democracy or not. The United Nations, all the global governance related organizations almost took it for granted that democracy is the only thing, and therefore there was no debate at all. Such is the level of acceptance about democracy, unquestionable. But when it comes to effectiveness of democracy, there are very revealing results that come out of it, out of any kind of deeper research into it. And let me tell you how exactly people react to this. I'm just trying to read a paragraph of a book. On the performance count, because when we talk about delivering democracy, it is about the performance of democracy, how democracies are faring, whether democracies are able to rise to the expectations of the people across the globe. On the performance count, new and emerging democratic governments all over the world have, more often than not, met with failures. Even countries where democracy was supposed to be already well established, such as Venezuela, Colombia, became destabilized and seriously threatened in the past decade by economic mismanagement, corruption, the state decay, as established parties and politicians grew complacent and distant from popular concerns. There is a famous book by Larry Diamond on the global state of democracy, and in that book, this researcher has very succinctly commented upon this. Many countries in South America suffered a deep crisis of governance that inevitably resulted into sharp erosion of the authority and capacity of the state. And this is, as I said, across the globe, because when University of Strathclyde in Glasgow undertook a study, they found out that 41% of Russians, 51% of Ukrainians, I mean both the countries are fighting, but there is near total unanimity about the inefficacy of democracy. So 41% of Russians and 51% of Ukrainians favored the restoration of communist rule. See, and when I had the occasion of visiting some of the ex-Soviet countries, there also people said that previous days were better than today's democracy because there was a certain amount of certainty. If you stand in the queue, you are likely to get what you are expected. expected to get. So this is the state of affairs insofar as democracy is concerned. So now, in a situation like this, we have almost realized by this time that there is a felt need for reforms to overcome the limitations of democracy. And then there are many. I'm just enlisting them. Democracy is considered as indecisive. Decisions do not happen well in time. People procrastinate. Houses of Parliament are not able to transact the business, and we know what happened in the recent budget session in our country itself. Democracy is considered as indisciplined or undisciplinable. You cannot discipline democracy. Democracy is also considered as extremely adversarial. In democracy, there is a perception that bureaucracy dominates. Also, there is a perception that democracy promotes polarization. Democracy leads to some kind of an unstructured politics on the one hand. On the other hand, insofar as political parties are concerned, it creates a kind of a mold. And every political party has to pass through that mold, and therefore the very shape and the behavior of that political party becomes almost common to other political parties. And this is a big challenge before every democracy. Because for a voter, democracy means choice. You take away the element of choice from the very idea of democracy, and what remains? Precious little. You have a choice when you have to select between yellow, blue, green, and red. But if somebody is asked to select between red, and red, then there is no choice. And when political parties behave in a particular way, I am afraid people feel that the element of choice has almost disappeared. And in a situation like this, therefore, while I have diagnosed what exactly is the crisis, there are reforms as well, which we need to apply our mind, mobilize public opinion, be very cautious about what exactly we are expecting from the politicians, and then move forward. First of all, how to deal with populism. Because unfortunately in democracy, consumerism also grows without any limitations. I have several examples which I can share, but for shortage of time, I'm just giving one example how people look at when they go for voting. Now in India as well, our municipal corporations and the elections at the local self-government bodies, unfortunately, have become a sham. Many a times, local politicians engage in what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been assailing, which is Revdi politics. They want to distribute largesse and seek your votes. In one of the elections in Nasik in Maharashtra, a municipal corporator, an aspirant to become a corporator in a municipal election, distributed pressure cookers to all the families in his constituency. But he was smart enough. He distributed the cookers, meaning only without the lid on the cooker. And he said, once I get elected, I will distribute the lid if I get elected. Because without the lid, the cooker has no meaning, as we all understand. So people are very creatively and imaginatively trying to win the hearts of the people, and people also respond in the same way. I know for certain a municipal corporation election was happening, and a housing society of 72 members with advocates, doctors and professors in it informally passed a resolution that the candidate who promises us that he will repair our compound wall before the elections, we will ensure all the 72 votes from this housing society. When the question was put before them that you are all professors, doctors and advocates, and you are trying to market your vote, sell your vote, how exactly does this happen? Are you not feeling shy of it? They said that we know after he or she gets elected, they are going to make a big amount of corruption. And if they are going to indulge in corruption, what is wrong if we also see our self-interest and try to seek something against our votes? I mean, that is the sorry state of affairs, and therefore we require reforms at the electoral level, which means election reforms, massive election reforms. Again, like what this nation has been debating for last 3-4 years, whether we can limit the number of elections. One nation, one election. If that is really impossible, at least one nation, 2 elections, 3 elections. But every 6 months, if there is an election, then I'm sure governance takes a back seat, as all of us know. We also require reforms into the way Parliament functions. In fact, as Member of Parliament, I had mooted a suggestion that like the courts, whether the Parliament also can function in camera, in the sense, if some members are not allowing the question hour or the 0 hour to happen, let those who have raised their questions come into the chamber of the speaker and raise their questions, and the government can answer over there, so that those who are indulging in politics of pandemonium can have their space, and those who want a serious business to be conducted also are heard. I think we require some more imaginative and creative ways of handling and overcoming the crisis of politics of pandemonium. We also require reforms the way our political parties are run. Political parties are important institutions in democracy. Today in our country, there are 2,700 plus political parties. Many of them are just registered political parties, but even amongst the recognized political parties, at least 75% of them are run by one single family. When we talk about, there are many civil society people over here, when we come to NGOs and civil societies, there are rules and regulations. At least in Maharashtra, the Charity Commissioner disallows people of blood relations to be occupying positions as chairman and secretary of a society or a trust. But this is not applicable to political parties, sadly. And therefore, we require reforms into the way political parties are functioning. Internal democracy and several such issues require immediate attention. Lastly, we also require to bring reforms into the behavior of media. Today, unfortunately, media also plays politics. I mean, politicians playing politics is very understandable. But media playing politics, and that is politics at by the back door. They indulge in politics of vocabulary, politics of placement of news, politics of punctuation marks, politics of exclamation marks. All these things are not true journalism, and therefore there also we require to have reforms. Lastly, reforms in judiciary. Because judiciary in a way is the last ray of hope for many people, and understandably so. But unfortunately, many a times one believes that even judiciary, at least a section of judiciary, indulges in some kind of populism. They look at the mood of the people and deliver their judgments. That has been the observations of many researchers on the quality of judgments. Beyond judgments, the comments coming from the honorable courts and the judges are also perhaps not fitting the stature and the decorum that a judge is supposed to maintain. So all these things definitely call for, as I said, a slew of reforms, and unless and until we mobilize public opinion about these reforms, things certainly are not going to be changed. It is for all of us to be watchful and to ensure that the popular confidence in the idea of democracy continues unabated, continues without any disturbance. It should not be shattered, because if people lose their confidence in the very idea of democracy because of the lack of ability to deliver, to make changes, to bring qualitative improvement in the lives of the people, I'm sure all of us will have to repent later on. I believe that the deliberations that were conducted during the last 2 days have come out with intelligent suggestions, and all these suggestions will reach to the G20, of which we are a part, this C20, and something important, significant will happen, because these are the aspirations what are being voiced over here of the entire democratic society across the countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sahasrabuddhe-ji. It was a very concise deliverable on the different aspects of democracy. You touched upon the characteristics of democracy, the challenges, and the need for reforms. May I now call upon Dr. Harsh Chauhan-ji to quickly share a few words to the audience here.
परम आदरणीय विनय जी, किरण जी और मंच पर आसीन सभी मंचासीन विद्वद्गण और साथ में ये 2 दिन के डेलिब्रेशंस के लिए समय निकाल कर आए सभी प्रतिनिधियों को मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ। विनय जी तो हम सभी के लगभग हमारी जो इंटेलेक्चुअल यात्रा है उसके मार्गदर्शक रहे हैं और उनके कहने के बाद कुछ कहने जैसा मुझे बहुत भारीपन सा लग रहा है। डिलीवरिंग डेमोक्रेसी इस शब्द को जब मैंने सुना था तो मुझे 2 भाग उसके ध्यान में आए थे और विनय जी ने लगभग सभी बातें उसमें की है। तो मेरे मन में जो परसेप्शन था वो ये है कि एक तो डेमोक्रेसी की डिलीवरी, और जब इसके बारे में मैं सोचता हूँ क्योंकि हम एक इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में है तो इसमें मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि भारत ने बहुत फेयरली अच्छा किया है पिछले कई वर्षों में। और वैसे देखा जाए तो ऐतिहासिक परिप्रेक्ष्य में भी भारत डेमोक्रेसी इस विषय को लेके, लोकतंत्र इस विषय को लेके मैच्योर ही रहा है। गुलामी का काल थोड़ा सा हम छोड़ दें तो उसमें निश्चित ही हम बहुत आगे हैं और हम पूरे दुनिया को ये बता सकते हैं अपने उदाहरण से कि कैसे डेमोक्रेसी डिलीवर हो सकती है। अगर हम सोचें कि हमारे जैसा डाइवर्स देश, हमारे जैसा इतना बड़ी पॉपुलेशन का देश, पिछले स्वतंत्रता के बाद से हमारे यहाँ सत्ता परिवर्तन हुए, किसी प्रकार के कोई संघर्ष ऐसे देखने में नहीं आए, तो हमने ये प्रूव किया है कि हमारा समाज स्वभाव से लोकतंत्र का को ही पर चलता आया है। नहीं तो इतने बड़े देश में मुश्किल है। अगर हम 70 साल का इतिहास भी देखें तो कितने संघर्ष हुए हैं। और जैसा कि विनय जी ने ठीक ही कहा कि आज भी सबसे ज़्यादा प्रतिशत में डेमोक्रेसी पर भरोसा करने वाले लोग भारत में हैं। तो ये एक हिस्सा हुआ डिलीवरी। और जब मैं सोचने लगता हूँ, यहाँ भी अलग अलग मैंने सुना, तो ध्यान में आया कि हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से लेकर अगर हम शुरू करें तो उसमें इंक्लूसिवनेस, ये दुनिया में मुझे लगता है कि भारत ही सर्वश्रेष्ठ उदाहरण कि उसने उस तरह के सब प्रावधान दिए। मैं जो कि जनजाति क्षेत्र से आता हूँ तो मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारे संविधान में जनजाति समाजों के लिए जो कुछ प्रावधान किए हैं वो कितने महत्वपूर्ण हैं। अभी दुनिया में भी इस प्रकार के प्रावधान जनजाति समुदायों के लिए नहीं हो पाए हैं, संघर्ष कर रहे हैं। फिर अगर हम देखें कि लगातार चुनाव होना और पावरफुल सरकारों का बिना किसी बहुत बड़े संघर्ष के परिवर्तन होते रहना, सेंटर और स्टेट की रिलेशनशिप्स बहुत पैमाने में देखा जाए तो बहुत व्यवस्थित चली है, बहुत सारी बातों में सहमति बनी है और सरकार अगर करना चाहे तो होती है, जो लीड करता है। जीएसटी उसका एक उदाहरण है। अन्य देशों में देखें, इवन यूएस जैसे देशों में भी देखें तो इस प्रकार की सहमति बनना बहुत कठिन है। तो जो हमारी परंपरा है कि डेमोक्रेसी का मतलब केवल वोट नहीं है, डेमोक्रेसी का मतलब संवाद, सहमति और सहकार है। इसकी स्वाभाविक हमारे यहाँ ये रचना बनी हुई है, और अगर इसको ठीक से समझना है तो मुझे लगता है कि हमारे जो जनजातीय क्षेत्र है उसको समझना चाहिए। जनजाति समाज हजारों वर्षों से हमारा अभी तक, वैसे तो पूरा समाज ही रहा है, पर जनजाति में आज भी वो चीज़ें उपलब्ध है जिसका उल्लेख अभी बसवराज जी ने भी किया कि कम्युनिटी ओनरशिप होना, इंडिविजुअल ओनरशिप नहीं होना, व्यक्तिगत महत्वाकांक्षा के बजाय कम्युनिटी को लेके अपनी एस्पिरेशंस होना, ये स्वाभाविक हमारे अंदर और जनजाति समाज में अभी भी दिखती है। तो हम इस फोरम पर मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम ये कह सकते हैं कि भारत के उदाहरण के साथ में हम दुनिया को ये बता सकें कि डिलीवरिंग डेमोक्रेसी का प्रकार, उसके लिए क्या क्या बातें हैं, और दूसरा उससे बढ़कर बात जो हमारे लिए भी चुनौती है, हमने बहुत कुछ ठीक किया और बहुत सारी चुनौतियां हैं, और वो ये है कि डिलीवरी का इफ़ेक्टिव इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, उसको हम लेकर जूझ रहे हैं। अभी संघर्ष है, थोड़ा थोड़ा हो भी रहा है पर परेशानी भी है। उसमें भी हमारी बहुत सारी लर्निंग्स हैं। ग्राम स्वराज तक पहुंचने के लिए पंचायती राज आना, पंचायती राज जो भी कठिनाइयां हैं शुरू में जो भी होती है वो टीथिंग ट्रबल होती है, पर धीरे धीरे पंचायती राज नीचे तक एस्टेब्लिश हो रहा है। जनजातीय क्षेत्र में अगर जाएं तो पेसा एक्ट लागू हुआ है, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन काफ़ी बचा है, लेकिन पेसा के प्रावधान अगर हम देखें तो ध्यान में आता है कि महात्मा गांधी ने जो ग्राम स्वराज की कल्पना की थी, तो पेसा में वो प्रावधान है कि ज़्यादातर निर्णय हमारे आम सहमति से और बहुत डिसेंट्रलाइज हो जाए। तो डायरेक्ट डेमोक्रेसी के लेवल तक हम ग्राम सभा को ले जाने का पेसा के माध्यम से प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और ये जो हायरार्की बिल्ट होती है, ग्राम सभा, पंचायत, ज़िला, राज्य और देश, इसका जो एक सेटअप हमारे यहाँ बना है वो बहुत ही अच्छा है। जो मुझे लगता है वो चुनौतीपूर्ण है और उसमें हमारी बहुत सारी सक्सेस स्टोरीज़ हैं, वो हमें सामने लाना चाहिए। जो कमियां हमको ध्यान में आती है उसके बारे में भी डेलिब्रेशन करना चाहिए, और इसी में सिविल सोसाइटीज़ का बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रोल है कि ये संवाद, सहमति और सहकार ये लाना वास्तव में समाज का दायित्व है। हमारी राजनीतिक व्यवस्था हमको एक व्यवस्था दे रही है, एक्ट दिए हैं, रूल्स बने हैं, रूल्स को बदलने के लिए भी तैयार है, मॉडिफाई करने को तैयार है। ये सारी व्यवस्थाएं हमारे यहाँ बनी हुई है। मुझे जो लगता है, जो मेरा अनुभव है वो ये है कि जिसको हम अभी रिकॉग्नाइज सिविल सोसाइटीज़ कह रहे हैं, उनको अभी बहुत कुछ अपने समाज के बारे में सीखने की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि हम बहुत कुछ जो पढ़ते हैं उसके आधार पर इंटरवेंशंस प्लान कर रहे हैं। हमें समाज का अध्ययन करते हुए, हमारे इतिहास की, हमारी स्ट्रेंथ का अध्ययन करते हुए, और अगर हम काम करेंगे तब हम ज़्यादा सफल हो पाएंगे। हम लोग इस बात को लेकर संघर्षरत हैं। तो धीरे धीरे जब इस प्रकार की स्थिति आती है तो एक्टिविज़म को बढ़ावा मिलता है। एक्टिविज़म तत्काल न्याय के लिए ठीक है, छोटी मोटी स्थानों पर न्याय के लिए ठीक है, लेकिन एक्टिविज़म ये महत्वपूर्ण भाग है। तो हमारी सोसाइटीज़ एक्टिविज़म की तरफ कैसे जाएं, जो ये काम करते हुए, सहकार करते हुए आगे बढ़ रही है, समाज आगे और सरकार पीछे, ये स्थिति जब आएगी तब हम कह सकेंगे कि हमारी डेमोक्रेसी सफल हो रही है। उसके बहुत सारे प्रयास किए जा सकते हैं, पर दुनिया के फोरम में हम बड़े गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं कि वोट से राज्य को चुनना, इसमें अच्छी सफलता आज भारत के पास है। बहुत अच्छा उदाहरण है। उसको डिलीवर करने के लिए व्यवस्थाएं बनना है, इफ़ेक्टिव डिलीवरी के लिए। उसके बारे में भी जो रूल्स हमारे यहाँ बने हैं, जो एक्ट्स बने हैं और सरकारों ने बनाए हैं, बड़े अच्छे इंटेंशन से बनाए हैं, वो भी सर्वश्रेष्ठ हैं, लगातार बनते भी जा रहे हैं। थोड़ा थोड़ा प्रभाव दिख भी रहा है। उसको और प्रभावी होने के लिए सिविल सोसाइटीज़ का रोल, और ये पूरे दुनिया के लिए कैसे उदाहरण बने, ऐसा मुझे लगता है कि हम इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद अपने अनुभव के आधार पर डॉक्यूमेंट करके दे सकेंगे। सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Harsh Jawanji. I think the key message in whatever you delivered is that today India stands as an example to the globe as a clear example for democracy can be delivered. I think that's a beautiful message, and with a whole lot of pride you shared that. During the next part of the session, I just want to bring to the notice of people on the dais and off the dais that a whole range of activities are being planned around the Civil Societies 20 Delivering Democracy Working Group. And part of this range of events happening across the country was a poster design contest. The posters where students were asked to design posters on how youth can catalyze increase in voter participation in the election. They have done their own research and presented the solution through a poster. These posters were judged by an esteemed panel of judges yesterday. While every poster which made its way to the conference is worth a mention on stage, we will now be announcing the top 3 winners. May I call upon Dr. Vinayji to please hand over the awards to the students, please. The second runner-up of the poster design contest, Gitanjali and Sunil. Can you please come up on the stage, please? Gitanjali and Sunil are students of the Master of Social Work, University of Mysore. The first runner-up will be Mahalakshmi Singh from Chanakya University, Bengaluru. May I call upon Mahalakshmi Singh to be ready. Please be ready. Mahalakshmi Singh from Chanakya University, Bengaluru. May I call upon Akanksha Jha and Jai Gohil from the Indian School of Public Policy to please be ready to receive the awards. Akanksha Jha and Jai Gohil from the Indian School of Public Policy, Delhi. Once again, reminding all of you youth who participated in the poster design, who made it to the top 20 at this conference and the winners, that you are the light. Thank you for your amazing work and participation. I personally encourage all of you to participate in the other activities announced part of the Civil Societies 20 for the youth. Second poster design contest, in the second part of the poster design contest, we had invited NGOs to share their work through a poster design. I once again want each and every one of the participating NGOs to know that the work that you are doing to the society is extremely important. You are the social glue fostering social cohesion. You are the hope, you are the light. We have recognized 2 of the posters based on an set of criteria. May I now call upon the representatives of Institute of Grassroots Governance, Tamil Nadu, Guru Shravan, to receive the first runner-up award, please. And the winner is Young India Foundation, Delhi. Please may I call upon the representative Satvik to come on the stage and receive this award. Once again, a special mention worth on from the dais. All you civil society organizations participating today, you are the hope, you are the light. May I now call upon Usha Subramaniam to please share a quick 2 minutes of your reaction about the conference with the audience, please.
Esteemed panelists, thank you so much, Jayashree. Esteemed panelists, we are very happy to be here as a part of this very special event, I must say. And the past 2 days have been truly enriching. And the icing on the cake has been the keynote addresses that we've had in the valedictory session. So nothing more needs to be said after these. But still, I would say that I'm really happy for all your participation and the excellent ideas and the best examples and practices that you have shared. I hope all of us have good takeaways from here, and we need to stay connected. So I think the collective effort and the concerted effort which has been time and again, kind of underlined here, has to go on, and we have to keep ourselves as a group, and we have to be the wheels to deliver the democracy. So we are truly convinced that the CSOs are the wheels by which the democracy will be delivered. And some of the highlight, of course, was the participation of the youth. So the wide range, the experience and the enthusiasm of the youth was seen here in the last 2 days, which was very, very gratifying, I must say. So we do have a lot of hope for the future. And one more thing which was made yesterday a point was all of you, I'm very, very glad to note that all of us over here, you all are walking the talk. So I'm very happy to know that, and I hope you continue to do it. And on behalf of Hansidal Foundation, I extend a very, very hearty congratulations to the working group and all the mentors, and also the team of GRAM, who have made this tremendous effort to make this event a successful one for everyone. Thank you again for all your participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ushaji. Ushaji is the Deputy Resident Representative of Hans Seidel Foundation. Today we have with us in the guest panel Dr. Darshak Hathi, President, International Association for Human Values, and the International Director of the Art of Living Foundation. May I call upon you, Shri Darshak Hathi ji, to share a few words with the audience, please.
Thank you. I was just asking that, being a last speaker, do I need to share anything about democracy? So Baswaraj, you said that, yes, sure, you can share something from your international experiences. So I'm associated with the organization Art of Living and Gurudev since 27 years, and I got a lot of opportunity to travel worldwide and to interact with all the politicians and civil society organizations. Also, I represent in the United Nations. विनय जी, मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा आपने जो पॉइंट रेज किए वो शायद अभी तक इस फोरम में रेज नहीं किए गए थे. So I would like to share some of my experiences and maybe some takeaway for this conference. I was in Norway a few years back, and then I went for a morning walk, and there was a gentleman walking next to me. I was like brisk walk. And I had my teacher with me, and he said, "Do you know who this guy is?" I said, "No." He said, "He's the Prime Minister of our country." I said, "Well, so where is the security now?" He said, "No, we don't have any security for the Prime Minister of this country, and he's staying in a 3-bedroom apartment, and there is no convoy, nothing. He's just moving freely." And I said that, "Why is it like that?" He said, "Yeah, because this is how it is in this country, and you will find this in most of the countries in Europe." So then I went to Switzerland after some time, and I met a member of parliament. He invited me to his home. Again, it was a 2-bedroom apartment, and he had a small office in the apartment. I said, "So this is how you work?" He said, "Yeah, we travel in the normal trains, and we don't get any perquisite, no salaries, nothing. And this is more like a service." But you know, the most surprising thing in the Switzerland which I found was, I asked somebody, "So who is the Prime Minister of your country?" He said, "Well, I don't know, I'll have to check." I said, "How come you don't know about the Prime Minister of your country?" I said, "You know what, we have a panel of 7 members, which is a very strong panel, and they decide among themselves, and every year there is a rotation. So the new Prime Minister comes up. And we all have our roles and responsibilities, what we have to do. But this is how we govern the country." और एक बात उन्होंने मुझे बताई कि Switzerland is supposed to be the freest economy of the country, of the world, which has got 96% in terms of civil liberty and political rights. वहाँ कोई भी छोटी सी चीज़ होती है, रेफरेंडम से होती है. Government will go to the people and said, "Okay, ये हमें करना है, what should we do? You give your referendum." It's an elected government. It's not that, you know, every year you need to go to the people. But yes, they go it, and they do it. अच्छा, और एक बहुत सुंदर, विनय जी, एक वहाँ पे बात हुई थी. बैंक में वहाँ पे आप तो जानते ही हैं, स्विस बैंक में बहुत सारे अकाउंट्स ऐसे होते हैं, बेनामी अकाउंट होते हैं, और वो लोग मर जाते हैं, तो बैंक के पास बहुत सारा पैसा हो गया. And then they did the referendum. They asked people, "What should we do with this money?" So people said that use it for the benefit of the country. 98% people said use it for the benefit of the country. Very good. But you know, the most surprising thing happened on the next day. People went in front of the parliament and protested. Who were those 2% people who said no, use it for some other purpose? Please declare their names. वो 2% लोग कौन थे जिन्होंने कहा कि ये पैसे देश के लिए इस्तेमाल नहीं होने चाहिए, किसी और के लिए होने चाहिए? This is the spirit of the country. A vibrant democracy, कि जहाँ पे लोग पहले ये सोचते हैं कि मेरा देश पहला है, ना कि मेरी पार्टी, ना कि मेरा कोई दल, ना मेरी अपनी प्रायोरिटी, तब जाके वो डेमोक्रेसी वाइब्रेंट होती है. इसका और एक एग्जाम्पल मुझे मिला जब मैं एस्टोनिया गया. When I went to the Estonia, Estonia is, for your kind information, is the first digitally governed country in the world, where 100% governance is through the blockchain technology. So I asked a question to one of the speaker also. Election, right from the election to all the processes, everything is on the blockchain. Not only that, they put all the projects on the blockchain. People can participate, people can contribute, people can give the suggestion, okay, this is what we need for our country. So this is the level of transparency that we can have in the democracy, if we can raise this level. And this is quite possible with the technology. और एक narrative जो मुझे यूरोप में सुनने मिला था कि democracy cannot have a strong leadership. If you have a strong leadership, then it's an authoritarian rule. I said no. India has proved that you can have a strong leadership, at the same time you can be democracy. So yes, we need leaders who are strong, but at the same time, what is the role and responsibility of the leaders that we need to decide? बॉम्बे में एक जगह जहाँ पे मैं पैदा हुआ, बड़ा हुआ, बचपन से मैं देखता है कि एक ही मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट 8 बार 9 बार वहाँ पे चुनाव लड़ा है, जीत के आया है, और मैं वही चेहरा बार बार देख रहा था. पैदा होके 30 साल तक एक ही मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट का चेहरा मुझे क्यों दिखने मिलता है? और जब मुझे पता चला वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी जो है जहां पे 30 लाख लोग हैं, so what is the representation of individuals in the democracy? Can we decide that there should be a minimum or rather maximum term for every elected representative in this country? Maybe 2 terms like we have in USA. And their accountability that okay 5 साल में आपने को deliver किया, मुझे वो नाम याद नहीं आ रहा है, I think it was the Israeli Prime Minister. So he did a wonderful work in his term for 5 years and then he resigned. People were very surprised that why are you resigning? You have done a very good job. He said, look gentlemen, I had 5 years. If I could deliver, there's no point for me being in the office. If I could not deliver, then also there is no point for me being in the office. तो वो ट्रांसपेरेंसी, वो अकाउंटेबिलिटी अगर इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव की भी अगर इस देश में होती है तो मुझे लगता है डेमोक्रेसी हमारी और वाइब्रेंट हो सकती है और स्ट्रांग हो सकती है. तो ये मेरे कुछ सजेशंस, कुछ सुझाव जो मैंने इंटरनेशनली देखा और मुझे लगा कि हमारे देश में भी क्यों ना ये हो सकता है. और बार बार जो हम एज ए सिविल सोसाइटी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हम जाके गांव में काम करते हैं, हम देखते हैं कि पंचायत, फिर से मैं इस बात की, इसके ऊपर काफ़ी कुछ डिस्कशन यहाँ पे हुआ है, बट कुछ समय पहले मुझे लातूर में जब हम वाटर मैनेजमेंट का काम कर रहे थे वहाँ पे रिवर रिजनोवेशन, व्हेन आई वेंट देयर आई अटेंडेड मेनी ग्राम सभास एंड आई केम टू नो दैट आवर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हैज़ गिवन अ स्टेटस ऑफ अ थर्ड गवर्नमेंट टू द पंचायत. और पंचायत का हर एक व्यक्ति यानी ग्राम सभा का हर एक व्यक्ति एमएलए होता है. ग्राम सभा इज अ लेजिस्लेचर, न्याय पंचायत इज अ जुडिशरी, और जो पंचायत मेंबर है वो सारा कैबिनेट है. तो इतना पावर अगर पंचायत को दिया जाता है, फिर भी ये बात है कि कहीं ब्यूरोक्रेसी से, कहीं स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से या कहीं सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से उसको स्ट्रेंथन नहीं करा जाए तो 70-80% पॉपुलेशन को हम जस्टिस नहीं कर रहे हैं. वी वर्क विद द एनएसडीसी, our Deepak ji is also here, and when I was discussing with the NSTC, they said that, you know, we used to have 3,000 hand skills in this country. And there was a time when our villagers, they used to manufacture a lot of handicraft things and they used to export, and all the revenue used to come back to the village. ये हमारा मॉडल था कि जहाँ पे फॉरेन एक्सचेंज सीधा गांव में आता था और वहाँ से फिर वो थोड़ा सा टैक्स राजा को देते थे कि वहाँ पर वो ऊपर जाके वो टैक्स मिलता था. आज ये पूरा सिस्टम अलग हो रहा है. ऑल द टैक्सेस कलेक्टेड एट द सेंट्रल लेवल, पॉलिसीज बनती है सेंट्रल लेवल पे. उस गांव के लिए क्या ज़रूरत है वो जब गांव के लोग डिसाइड नहीं करते तब तक वो डेमोक्रेसी मुझे लगता है वो इतनी स्ट्रांग नहीं हो सकती जितनी हम चाहते हैं. तो ये खुद मैंने जाके जब वहाँ पे लोगों से इंटरेक्ट किया और ये पता चला कि स्कीम तो कुछ आती है, उनकी ज़रूरतें कुछ और होती है. Then they go to the civil society organization and NGO said, this is what is our requirement. क्या आप हमारे लिए कर सकते हो? So ये एक गैप जो है, ये मुझे लगता है ये तीनों सरकारों को स्ट्रॉन्ग करने से हम बहुत अच्छी तरह से एक डेवलपमेंट कर सकते हैं. फाइनली मैं ये कहूँगा कि जहाँ चुनाव की बात आती है, हमने एक मॉडल तो ले लिया था 1947 में जो ब्रिटेन से आ गया था या फ्रांस से आया था या रशिया से हमने अडॉप्ट किया था. बट ब्रिटेन की काउंटी जब मैंने देखा तो वहाँ पे तो बहुत छोटी सी काउंटी है. दे वर लाइक फ्यू मिलियन पीपल, नॉट इवन फ्यू मिलियन पीपल, फ्यू 100,000 पीपल. आवर एमएलए एमपी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी इज लाइक मच बिगर. वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में जब वो एक इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को वहाँ पे चुना जाता है कुछ हफ्ते पहले, मे बी फ्यू वीक्स, अब वो 6 हफ्ते या 8 हफ्ते या 1 महीने के अंदर हाउ डू वी एक्सपेक्ट दैट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव विल कनेक्ट टू ईच एंड एवरी पर्सन इन दैट कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी विच इज लाइक फ्यू मिलियन पीपल? इज इट पॉसिबल? और कई बार तो ये होता है कि कहीं से आ जाते हैं, कोई सेलिब्रिटीज होते हैं, कोई फिल्म स्टार्स होते हैं, कोई क्रिकेटर्स होते हैं. तो ये क्राइटेरिया क्या होना चाहिए, ये भी हमें डिसाइड करना पड़ेगा कि इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव किस तरह के हमें इस देश में चाहिए ताकि वो हमें एक स्ट्रॉन्ग गवर्नेंस, स्ट्रॉन्ग डेमोक्रेसी दे सके. तो ये कुछ विचारों के साथ मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा C20 के सारे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को. We are very happy to host you all here, and we expect that we'll have more such events here in our international centers. I thank to everyone. Jai Guru.
Thank you, Shri Darsh Harti ji, for the sharing of the different narratives about democracy and from across the globe. May I now call upon Dr. Ananya to please deliver the vote of thanks. As we prepare for the vote of thanks, I now call upon Shri Kiran ji to please share the closing remarks about this conference, and after that over to you, Ananya.
We have been having a very highly involved deliberations for the last 2 days, and what the topic says delivering democracy. I think what we understood is the delivering democracy starts with voting and electioning and stops at governance. When things are able to be delivered properly to the last person, the Antyo, that's when the delivering democracy is a perfect thing that is happening. And two things that came during the discussions, not with the panelists, but when the delegates, where I was interacting with them, they said this particular conference has kindled an interest within us, and we don't want to stop this here. We want to continue this course of discussion, not only discussion, but to take it to the people at the ground level, because that is what CSOs are supposed to be doing, civil society should be doing. So one of the things that came very clearly is that we would want to continue the activities and take it to the last person. The second thing that came in the working group meeting today when we were discussing is, whatever we have been doing so far, we have plans to conclude, because this conference is a one stage of deliberations. The major event or the exercise is how do we prepare a policy pack. So that particular activity will start commencing from now, and we will take all these ideas and prepare a policy pack. But there again, the working group felt, let's do the policy pack, but there are so much of a response coming from various institutions and organizations for participating in this particular working group topic. We have already planned a few webinars involving various countries. We have planned 5 regional conferences. Then we are also having student participation from campuses. Now suddenly there is a thought that, let us not stop this activity, because this is an ongoing thing. All I wanted to say is, this conference we started for G20 purpose, but I don't think this is going to stop here. Even after G20 presidency is handed over, we will still keep continuing this activity, because this is the core of our democracy. Thank you.
It is my duty to propose the vote of thanks to this wonderfully successful conference. Audible? Yeah, better? Right. So first of all, my sincere thanks to all the panelists of this esteemed valedictory panel. I'd like to thank Dr. Shri Vinay Sahasrabuddhe ji, Shri Harsh Chauhan ji, Ms. Usha Subramaniam, Shri Darshak Hathi ji, and Mr. D.M. Kiran, the Sherpa, Civil 20 India. I would really like to now propose a vote of thanks for this entire very, very successful conference. Our pranam and heartfelt gratitude to Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Guruji, who has blessed and graced this event, and whose words of wisdom at the inaugural panel and that lovely question and answer session during the evening satsang, we will continue to cherish. We'd like to thank from our heart Art of Living for providing this wonderful venue, such sincere and warm hospitality, and for its complete support in completing this very memorable conference. This conference would not have been possible without the kind support of our partners and collaborators, Government of Karnataka's Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Cycle Pure Agarbatti, the Hans Sidal Foundation. A heartfelt thanks to all of you, the panelists, moderators, roundtable chairs, poster creators, and all other participants whose enthusiastic participation has made this such a lively and memorable event. Thank you so much. Thank you. We convey our sincere thanks to all those who have handled the logistical aspects of the program, ensuring a smooth and memorable and enjoyable experience for all participants. Royal Travels, which has provided the bus services, the team and the workers who put up this stage, and the AV and the photography team. A team of young, dedicated interns has contributed to the organization and documentation of this event, and we sincerely thank them. And finally, I would like to thank the team of GRAM, the India coordinator of the Delivering Democracy Working Group. The GRAM team, my colleagues, have worked very, very hard, day and night, to put together this event, to organize this event. So my sincere thanks to all the members of the GRAM team. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Basavaraj, Executive Director, GRAM.
May I request my colleagues from GRAM to bring the honors. It's our privilege to honor our own Vinay Sahasra Buddheji, who was continuously mentoring us and guiding us.
I request Dr. Basavaraju to honor Vinay Sahasrabuddheji. I would also request Dr. Basavaraju to honor Sri Harsh Chauhanji. Also request Dr. Basavaraju to honor Sri Darshat Hathi ji. Darshat ji. Thank you so much, Darshat ji, for all your support and kindness and hosting this conference at the International Center of Art of Living. Our gratitude and sincere thanks to Gurudev. Thank you. I would like to thank Kiran ji and Usha ji as well for being part of this valedictory program. Kiran ji is our own Kiran ji. Thank you, Kiran ji, for being us and patting us when we have done good, and then when we also supporting us when we needed your support. We appreciate your time and guidance. Last but not the least, you, the audience, all of you have been so generous, giving us 2 days of your time, spending for a cause of democracy. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. A loud applause for everybody who have been part of this conference. Let's make this applause more louder. Thank you everyone for being part of this. We have the tea being served at the end of this hall, and we have the ashram tour being planned now. People who have registered and who would like to go for ashram tour, please quickly finish your tea and go down. A bus is waiting for you to take you to the ashram tour. There is an announcement. Dr. Babu Sajjan from Vijayapura, who has lost his personal diary in the jute bag given to all the participants. By chance, there may be chances that the other person must have taken the jute bag. He has got some personal belongings. I repeat, I request, if in case if you have got his bag or his diaries, please do return it back. His return it back to the organizers. Organizers will ensure that it is reached to him.